Hello! Hi. Good time zone, everybody. Hi, Tindel. Hi, Loneliest. Hi, Nyan. Hi, Xiyasha. Hi, Velico. Hi, Gidlix. Hi, Raiska. Good morning. And also good time zone, but I sometimes I want to say good morning. I have hella allergies today, so just as a warning, I will sniff a little bit. It's that time of year again where I have to take double doses. But I can't do that until tonight. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Falcon. Hello, hello. We are starting Final Fantasy III today. I was gifted this one by Landar, actually. Thank you very much, Landar. I appreciate it. And apparently, according to my brother-in-law, this is his least favorite one. I don't know what that says about the game, but we're gonna find out. What a good vibe to start with. Love that for us. Hey, Macarena. Okay. Let's... Oh, okay. I keep forgetting that it has different, it has different buttons. Okay, we're gonna keep it to the arrangement. I really like the arrangements. Is the sound okay? Does it need to be a little bit louder? Because I can put it on a little bit louder if you would like. Let's see. I'm assuming you can also change this while you're in the game, but... Oh, I moved my webcam again. How does this keep happening? Normal? Normal-ish? Normal enough. Did I move the game? Oh, no, I know why. I know why. It's because I'm playing the Steam version. Hold on. Wait, why is it all so small? Oh, that's why. Okay, here. Now it's full again. Okay, we'll see if that's if I actually should stream this on like the normal screen. We will find out. Thought this was the best out of the 3 original NES ones? I have no idea. I've never played it. Hi, Phantom. You are. I just started. Let me actually see. I think I'm gonna switch to the non-retro screen. Yeah, I think we're switching to the normal screen. Can I still do that while I'm live? Yes. Where are you, game? I think it is okay. Let's see. Okay, because this one actually has full screen, because it's a Steam version. Claps for Steam version. I do not have to adjust at all, which means I need to readjust mine back when I play SNES games again. What do you find easiest? Well, if I don't play it on this one, because it is stretched, I think it'll look weird. Okay, let's see what the actual game looks like. Oh, we get to name people again! Wait, are they all the same? They're different colors, but are you not different? Are you... Wait. Do I not get to choose their classes? Okay, I don't know who they are class-wise. So, this is me, obviously. Some symbols may not display properly. In Jinsey? Are you sure? Egg! Hi, Ronnie. Hello. Yeah, they all look very much the same. Does anybody want to be a character? The green one is Pidge. That's true. You must name all characters. Okay. Yes, that is Pidge. You're so right. We have a blue and a pink one, I think? It looks pinkish. You know what? Loneliest has a pink name. This is Loneliest. Who's blue? I don't really... Do I associate anybody with blue specifically? I'm like, wow, you're so blue. I'm red too. I'm already red. I'm already Tracer. Hot dogs aren't blue, Sasori. I mean, if they are, you should probably throw them away. Welcome in, hello. Hi Duke, hello. Nyan is always blue to me. Nyan, do you want to be, I don't know, a knight? I think they're all knights. They look like knights. They're knightly. I can be blue, as in sad. Ronnie, do you want to be blue? Do you want to be sad? Well, what if I listen? Okay, well, purple is not on the list. Violet sky also not on the list. Aren't we all blue all the time? A little bit. Oh, well, Velico has a blue name. Got him. Velico. Velico, it's you. Whether you like it or not. This is it. It's Ginzy, Velico, Pigeon, Loneliest. And we're all knights, I guess. I know the song, Ronnie. Listen, I know the song. But maybe you wanted to be a character. I guess you were already a character in the first one. Into the silence, one of the Gulgans prophesied. The great earthquake was only the beginning. There will be more until morale improves. The tremors tore the land asunder. The crystals, sources of the world's light, were swallowed into the depths as monsters something something. Yet that was nothing compared to the catastrophe to come. See, it is, yeah, it is full screen, so I think I have to keep it on this one. Something fathomless, ominous, and laden with sorrow looms on the horizon, but hope is not yet gone completely. Only a little bit. 4 souls will be blessed with the power of light, and so it shall begin. With, what is the vibe for our adventure? It's still the Macarena. I love that for us. 4 orphaned youths raised by Topapa in the rural village of Ur were out to test their mettle. They came across a cave, one of the very same that formed when the crystals were lost to the earth. I mean, I know it's not linked to Final Fantasy 1, right? But, I mean, it isn't it? What started as a simple game of exploration became so much more. You found human remains as children? That seems like it would be a problem. Hi, Marshall. Hello. You've room on the horizon? Yeah, ominously. What can you do? Ouch, they said, bluely. Gee whiz! Looks like we fell through a sinkhole. Now what do we do? I don't know. What do you think, Pidge? Are you sure this is a good idea? Maybe we can climb out. You wanted to go exploring. Don't be such a scaredy cat. Yeah. Velico? I don't know who's talking to who right now. I don't know who's who. Is that the vibe? Oh no, I have to move my webcam again, actually. This keeps happening because I changed scenes. Moonflower, hello. Good time zone. Hey, quit squabbling, you two. We need to find a way out of here. Yeah, you two. I'm gonna say it was Pidge and Velico fighting. Because Loneliest would never fight, and I am clear. I know what I'm doing. Okay. That's the battle theme? Oh, we only have attack. That's literally all we have. Okay. Uh-oh, we are literally babies. Do we literally look like babies? I feel like we literally look like babies. Oh, wait. I don't think this desktop audio has the audio. Am I wrong? You're not hearing any music, right? Or am I losing my mind? Losing my mind. We have no sound? Okay, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. There. Better? Too loud? It's because I switched from retro screen to the other screen. Now we have loud sound. That's what I thought. Okay, wait. Okay, I can't pause here, can I? I'm gonna turn it down like this a little, so then I'll change it in a minute in-game. Because this will also affect the alerts. Thank you for letting me know. The children will murder. I played this one but 3D. I don't think I ever want to play them 3D. I don't really like the 3D models very much. Good job on getting experience. What were those monsters doing here? We're in way over our heads. Let's get out as fast as possible. Oh, can I actually move? Okay. Oop. I cannot close it anymore. Eh? I don't know why that was a thing. Oh my god, it has completely different controls? That's the map? Okay. Why is... Okay, I don't know if I can change that. That's interesting. Okay, let me just turn this down to maybe 70? Hear an electric guitar in there? Yeah. It's actually very, very rock on. Okay, no, we're gonna be 69, obviously. Okay. What if there's secrets? A potion? Oh, a fight? Don't worry, we have attack. We are not good at hitting things. Thankfully, neither were the goblins. Finally bought a little massager for my legs and it smells vaguely burnt whenever I turn it on. Yeah, as long as it helps, I guess. I feel like a lot of the things that I would turn on electronically recently smell vaguely burnt, and I don't know how to feel about that. Oh my god, we're gonna level soon. A leather shield? Yeah, we're all onion knights. Huh? We're all onion knights? What is it? There's something strange about that rock. Now that you mention it. It's alive? It's an alive rock? Ah. It's a button rock. Oh, everyone gets a leather shield. Wait. Let me give everyone a leather shield. Hi, Fartkus. Hello. The batteries aren't leaking. Nothing is visibly damaged. That's so weird, though, that it smells. Oh, we only have 2. Okay. Does this, well, I guess we'll find out. I don't know if this one works the same as with 2 with the leveling of skills. Actually, I guess I can just check with status. I don't think so. It doesn't have a listing here, so maybe this time it'll just go as you go. And Arctic Wind. Wait. Deals ice damage. Okay. Stupid flippin' Twitch not letting me know you went live. Yeah, it's why I have Discords. Twitch is so bad at that. I don't know why. I guess they just don't want me to succeed. Oh, I'm getting more hurt now. That's not good. Also, hi, suspicious fish. Sorry, like the motor or whatever. Yeah, my, what's the word? Oh, God. My vacuum smells weird recently. I don't know why. Sorry about Twitch being the way it is. Twitch, man, not even once. My calves are so loose and limber. Good job, all of us leveling. Do we literally have the same stats. I'm hoping that I can just choose stats or choose classes for everybody eventually. Because it'd be weird. Can I? I can! Okay. Loneliest and Pidge don't have shields yet, so Velico and me will be the wall. Obviously. Keanu Reeves is going to voice Shadow the Hedgehog. I saw that! Here's the thing. I actually really like Keanu Reeves, but I don't know that he's a very good voice actor. I don't know. I feel like he might be a little too camp sometimes, but maybe that works for Shadow. That could just work for Shadow. Congratulations on leveling up! Wait. We did level up differently. With 38 and 39s. What does that mean? A potion. Okay, that one moves. Look, it's a spring! Yeah, but why is it such an odd color? Oh, it probably heals? Let's take a sip. I'm not too sure about this. Okay, Velico probably said let's take a sip. Loneliest isn't sure about it. Pidge is definitely on board. The party drinks from the wellspring, and we're fully healed. Wow, I feel revitalized. KO'd allies. Oh my god, imagine if you were actually KO'd here. From what? We didn't do anything. What is he gonna play? Stoic Hardened Veteran Sonic the Hedgehog? Basically, yeah. Shadow is called Campy Edgelord. Yeah, that's why I feel like maybe it works for Shadow. He did Johnny Silverhand. Yeah, and he's okay as Johnny Silverhand. I don't think his voice acting is elevating the material very much. I don't know, it sounds a bit mean maybe, but you know. Landar, hello! Thank you for gifting me this game, because that was you. We leveled again? Incredible. Oh, we didn't get anything for it though. Yeah, we're just gonna keep sipping this wellspring, I guess. How do you back row peeps? How do your back row peeps do way less damage now? They do less damage on the back row, but they also take less damage. Here, I'll put them back. I'll put them back. Oh. But that's the trade-off. If you put them in the back row, they don't get targeted as much and they take a little less damage. At least that's what I understand from most Final Fantasies. Though this is 3, so maybe it's different? I don't know. That was you! Not going to be offended. So I said what I said. Hope you're having a good day otherwise, Dutch. Wind Crystal! Oh, are we gonna get wind magic? What's going on? A malicious force attacks the party. Again? Is it worse than goblins this time? I don't have magic. Oh. You're a land turtle. That seems a little mean. To fight. I only have attack. I am babies. I am a party of babies. They did change a lot from the previous one. Really like this one compared to 1 and 2. And we'll see how I feel about this one. 2 was a little weird for me. I did not dislike 2. I feel like a lot of people dislike 2, but I kind of liked what they tried to do with it. They did something different. So I didn't hate it, but I also don't know that I love it. I had the using a thing to level it. I always kind of like that mechanic. But it was very grindy in 2. Welcome an hour ago. Good morning. I'm going alright. I have allergies today. That's about the worst I can say for my day. Hi, Wall. Good time zone. Hello. Oh, we cut up so much garlic yesterday. Not that you make me think of garlic, by the way, Wall, but we cut up so much garlic yesterday. Like 50 entire bulbs. And yo, your hands just smell of garlic and they burn when you do that. I froze them all. I froze them all in little garlic cubes. Well, my hands just burned. They were on fire. Sounds like not enough garlic. Well, I wanted to make pizza today, but then I realized I didn't have any cheese. Is it bad that I forgot Chrono Trigger wasn't a Final Fantasy? That's fine. I understand, kinda. I mean, it's an RPG. Close enough. Did I miss Patrick coming in? Oh, you did the vibe check. I was like, wait, where's your name? Hi, Patrick. David, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back for a year. Thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome in. Enjoy more emotes in the future. Started the Fallout show over the weekend. Got through 3 episodes and it's really good. Saving the rest for tomorrow while I'm laid up post back. Oh, you have a back procedure tomorrow. I hope it goes well. I hear a lot of good things about the Fallout show so far. I don't think I've heard anybody say they didn't like it. It might be one that I want to check out too. Don't use a muscle massager on your bony joints. Oop. The baby's leveled again. Oh, Loneliest. Are you going to be the damage dealer? Is that why? Cortisone injection first thing in the morning? I'm not allowed to drive tomorrow. Oh, you're just going to have to vibe. Uh-oh. The crystal shines brightly. You 4 have been chosen. Whoa, that crystal's talking! Is it Heidelin? I give unto you the last of my light, and with it, the last hope of a fading world. As things stand, light will soon disappear, and the balance of the world will be destroyed. Accept the light into your hearts, and the crystals will grant you unimaginable strength. You have been chosen to be the bearers of our final chance at hope. You cannot allow light to fade from the world. The party is enveloped in a bright light. This is so Heidelin. This is absolutely Heidelin. Ooh, kind of a fancy cutscene. Do we become unbaby? Are we going to remain baby? Within the light, the will of the crystals surged through them. They decided to accept their destiny. They said, I'll just play that and accept it. And so began a journey to dispel the darkness and return light to the world. Well, that's usually my journey, I think. You can't hide a Lin from me. Siasha. The young heroes received the crystal's power. Oh, the music. I think I remember this music from Final Fantasy XIV as well. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, the main thing that I really like about playing these older Final Fantasies is picking up all the stuff that Final Fantasy XIV took from them. I like that. Oh, are we evolving to adult? And with it, the world's last light of hope. Warrior, monk, white mage, black mage, and red mage jobs now available. Okay. Step upon the magic sigil to be transported to the surface. Embrace your destiny, warriors of light! The crystal glows softly. Cool. Okay. Oh, they heal you! Thank you for healing me. Does that mean I can just change? Can I just change jobs? Oh my god, I can't! Oh, and then they oh! But wait, what does Onion Knight do? Oh, they all have... Oh my god, that's very Final Fantasy 14. They all have their own level. Okay. Velico. What would you like to be? Kind of a weird coincidence that we had Oppenheimer from Christopher Nolan last year and now Fallout from Jonathan Nolan. They were working together, I think. Hi, Kaiju! Hello! Is this the game based on Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin? Yes. Hi, Mekid! Hello! You're a Final Fantasy 14 person too? I did complete the- Oh! No, okay, so I should say no, Kaiju, because I haven't done the last few patches, or the last patch. I haven't done the last patch yet. Don't remember what party combination I had. What do you feel like being? Which one of these speaks to you? And I guess, oh well, Pidge is not here. Pidge is gonna be an Onion Knight. Pidge has to stay an Onion Knight. Pidge doesn't get a choice. Lonius, what do you want to be? Yeah, I haven't done the last patch yet. I think I'm just, I don't know. I'm a little burned out on Final Fantasy 14. But then I accidentally resubbed anyway. I did not mean to do that. You can change later. Yeah, no, I'm like, I can just change whenever I want. But I think since they all have their own level, I should pick one and just kind of stick with it. I can be black or white. What are you doing? I'm doing whatever is necessary. I don't really have a preference, I think. I say it counts. I resubbed a couple days ago. Oh yeah, I did do the 16 collab, but I skipped all of the cutscenes. I didn't actually. I literally just did it because I wanted the rewards. I didn't want to miss it. But I didn't want to get spoiled for 16 because I've not played 16 yet. Do you want to be a white mage? Okay, Velico, let me know. Let me know what do you think about it. The options are. Oh, do I actually have? Oh, the options are Onion Knight, Warrior, Monk. You can also be white. I don't mind the doubles. You can be white mage too, black mage or red mage. You think about it. I don't know what Onion Knight does though. What is the Onion Knight class? What is that? Wait, no, you are level 3 now. Wait, are you? Oh no, it's just the job itself. Okay, so their level is still it, but their job is a separate level. Did you pet the dog? No, you could do that. Once is a healing presence upon the world. It's true. Black mage might be useful if nobody else is doing it. If you want to be a black mage, we're probably not going to run into any problems. Let's be honest. Does this feel right to you, Velico? Is this you? It is blue. That's true. I skip cutscenes. I only want rewards. Wow, I literally didn't say that. How dare you? Doesn't sound like Jinsey. I didn't want to get spoiled. Because I didn't know if there were going to be spoilers for Final Fantasy 16. I haven't played the game. I haven't looked at anything from 16. I just know what the main character looks like and there's a dog. And that's literally all I know. If it's a quote, it must be true. Wow. Wow. I'm gonna be... Maybe I'll just be Warrior. Remember when we played Final Fantasy 1? And, and we kept getting Warrior stuff and no one could equip it. You remember that? Hate that for me. I'm gonna be a warrior, I think. Yes, I'm a warrior. It's me, Jinsey the warrior. And then the blue mages are cute in the older graphics. I don't think... Well, okay, I see that. Maybe we'll unlock more jobs. Maybe there will still be more jobs, right? A dog? Yes. Did they say when 16 is coming to PC? Is it coming to PC? Because I think I would probably rather play it on PC. Well, would I? Maybe. You would have been spoiled a bit? Yeah, I don't want to be spoiled. I definitely don't want to be spoiled. I would be a warrior. Okay, we are... Xiasha, we're in this together. Wait, I meant black mage. Oh, yeah, well, the black mage has a blue robe, so it still counts. Onion Knight is a specialist with low stats that apparently opens up at level 92? That's really late. But I think Pidge can do it. I don't think 16 PC port has been announced. No? I do kind of... Before the end of the year. Oh, that's actually really soon. Hi, Mike. Hello. Good time zone. Oh, my warrior looks really angry. Okay, I feel like this game is gonna let me unlock more jobs. I was gonna say classes, but if they unlocked a few jobs here literally at the start, I feel like maybe that's their that's their thing, potentially. Oh, this is Ur. Why, if it isn't you four rascals, where are you running off to? What's that? Saving the world? Aren't you getting a bit old for make-believe? I'm a warrior. There are 2 powerful mages in my party. What are you talking about? What the hell? Bitch can do anything they want. I think so too. It's in the final stages of optimization. I'm definitely still going to wait either way. Oh, are they planning any DLC for 16? Does anybody know? It's been announced and Joshi P has said they're at the optimizing phase now, which will determine when it's going to be out. Okay. Hi, Skull. Hello. Rory just has a resting bitch face. I also have resting bitch face. And I'm a bitch, so this checks out both ways. In the 3D version, you just get cute outfits. Oh, but your face stays the same? 16 DLC has already come out. Oh, okay. Well, I will wait until it's fully done. All of it's done. Your resting pleasant face? When I'm not streaming, when I'm not talking to someone? No. Oh, I want to see what they look like. Ah, they're cute. Ah, cute. Maybe I will play the 3D one at some point. The wellspring water from the sanctuary can restore the health of those who have received the light of the crystal, even from the brink of death. Actually, I didn't receive any light yet, and I still chugged it, and I was doing great. King Sasune's castle, Sasuke, lies to the west. Sorry. He rules the region surrounded by the Parmeni Mountains, including this village. Sounds like we need to eat the rich. To the south is the town of Kazis, but no one ventures out that far since the Great Earthquake. Word has it that the route is overrun with monsters. I will fight them. If you want to use an item... Okay, I know what... Oh. No, I don't want to use it. Stop that. The elders await you inside. It seems that Dan sensed what befell you all. He always did have a strong connection with the spirit world. You sense ghosts? Hello? Yes, the spirits have told me exactly what befell you. Now go speak with Elder Topapa. I believe he has some words of wisdom for you. Does he also have words of giving me loot? Wait, where does this go? Oh, you're just heals. Okay, that's kind of nice. I do like that. The second DLC for 16 is about to release very soon. They still haven't done the first? I haven't done anything. Ooh, what does this do? Is that a buff? Oh, you can revive for free. Pixel remasters are so good. I really like that they updated the music for everything. It's Nina, a motherly figure to the 4 orphans. Take care on your journey. You know how I worry so. Give me items, please. Tomac, one of the town elders. In order to understand the power you've been granted by the crystal, you need to be true to your heart. I will not. It's Topapa, the elder who raised the 4 orphans. Wow, we are very special. Topapa, we... Now at least I will know who's talking. I know. To think that you 4 would be chosen by the light. Jinzi, Velico, Pidge, and Loneliest. You must understand that such a meeting was no mere chance. The crystal willed you to it. Such is its power. Your souls have been touched by light. You cannot let the strength you've been granted go to waste. You must depart at once and seal away the powers of darkness. We are children. We are literal children. I spent $130 to get the physical version from PlayAsia for this game, for the Pixel remaster? I love physical versions. Hi, Rose Vive! Jinzi has been turned into a tiny pixelated person in a red jumpsuit suit, and Jinzi looks really mad. Look at my eyebrows. Furious. Hi, Dimensional. Hello. It includes 1 through 6. Oh, that's kind of worth it, though, I think. I feel like that's worth it. Are you heading out on a journey? Well, you should rest up first. And don't worry about payment. Oh, I don't want to sleep here. What can I do for you? Oh, okay. Well, it's an older Final Fantasy. So, wait, no. I need to check if they have the gear. I should upgrade my gear if I can. Oh my, you're a tenacious bunch to find me in here. Tell you what, I'll give you my secret potion stash. Just check the well. I walked into the forest to find Grandma, and she bestows upon me her drugs. Very cool. Thank you, Grandma. Holy, okay, wow. Grandma is really just stacking on the drugs. I'm glad I didn't buy any now. Wow. We need to ask this. Do you ever play a game called Graveyard Keeper? I'm gonna make this a goal at one point. First, yes, I have. I hated it. I loved it at first, and then I hated it. I'm gonna make this a goal at some point where I will give it another try, because apparently it has improved a lot. I feel like I should give it another try, maybe. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Okay, we have 2 mages. I should buy one of these. Angry Avos, yes, but I would say they are on point. They are very on fleek. Look at them. Grr. It was a dream of mine to try to get everything from 1 through 12. Saw 11 on Switch. I kind of also want to play a little bit of 11, just to say that I did. Now, that's normal grandma behavior. Got those as well as the World of Final Fantasy and Crisis Core. I still want to... Okay, well, I think people said I should play Crisis Core first. I'm going to probably play Final Fantasy VII the original here at some point on Retro Day. And then I'll play Crisis Core, and then I'll play the remake when everything's out. That's the goal. Every single old Final Fantasy on Steam costs 12 to 18 euros, so 130 for 6 as physical sounds good, right? Yeah. Was it a grinding? It was the grinding, wasn't it? Well, okay, so I played it very, very early on. It was literally just out, and there were no real rewards for getting further in the game, right? You would unlock new stuff, but the only thing that would unlock was more busy work. Like you didn't, you know how in Stardew Valley, you can eventually unlock and craft sprinklers so that you don't have to water your crops every day anymore? Graveyard Keeper didn't have anything like that. You would still have to do the same tedious things. So you would unlock something new, and you would want to do the new thing, but you would still have to do the old tedious thing too, if that makes sense. So the further I got, which is why I really enjoyed it at the start, but then the further I got, the worse it got. I think on stream, well, I think it was like a 12-hour stream I was doing it on, and I enjoyed it for the entirety of that. You should play Crisis Core before Rebirth. Yeah, I will. And then maybe I'll replay the first one too. I got World of Final Fantasy on that big Steam sale. Wait, what is World of Final Fantasy? Did I miss that one actually? I thought that was online. Did I misread? That's why I gave up on it. Yeah. And people keep saying that it's been improved. So I'll make it a goal one day where we'll give it another chance if people want. Maybe it's great now. I don't know. I do like cozy games, but I've been playing Rune Factory 3 instead on the weekend. Rune Factory 3 is very cozy, very comfortable, very no pressure. I still think that's a lot of money for 30-plus-year-old digital games. I would much rather buy a collection for like 50 euros that has 1 to 6 in it. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. They will take advantage of people wanting to get their old nostalgic games. I do like the pixel remasters. I think they did a good job with them. But you're right that it's a little bit much. World of Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy Pokemon? Wait, did I just not know about this? You collect Final Fantasy monsters and train them and fight them. Oh, I kind of want to play that. Even 50? Heck, 30 would be expensive enough for 30-year-old games? Yup. It is. And they added means to automate some gathering Graveyard Keeper, but I haven't tried it since release. I haven't either. I just heard from people. Was it Flamer who said that it's good now? I don't know. Somebody said it was good now. You're making me want to find my old copy and play. Do it. Don't let it stop you. Oh, wait. Oops. That's the wrong button. What can I do for you? What can't you? Oh, no. We're just learning spells again. Oh, well, I do want Poisona, though. Loneliest? It is time to learn Poisona. I thought he was gonna give me gear. I guess you're the gear guy. The gear guy? Wait, I'm an offense first, defense later person? When the great earthquake hit, the crystal altar sank deep underground. Oh, this world is destined for ruin. You're a little Debbie Downer there, aren't you? Yokels, hello! Hello. The originals came out back then, but the remasters are loving tributes with tons of enhancements. I guess I also don't know exactly what they changed. I love Graveyard Keeper. There's the Graveyard Keeper enjoyer. Tyndall. You should never leave home without a spell of cure. I saw one in the shed deeper in the thicket. Careful though, there are monsters along the path. Okay, we will fight them. Oh, or is it the lady you're talking about? Are you talking about the little girl? Scaring the little girl? Sorry, I have to say it every time I say little girl, apparently. Okay, so longsword, staff, nunchaku. Okay, so I am not particularly rich. Wait. Velico is not using his staff? Interesting. Okay, we are gonna use a longsword, and I guess you're gonna use a dagger. Oh. Oh, I have a knife! Oh, you have 2 knives. You're dual-wielding knives. Okay. It's very violent of you, Velico. Love that for you. Love when we dual-wield knives. More people should dual-wield knives, I think. Okay, so you already have one. You could use a shield, but everyone could use leather armor. And then we have 2 of those. Wait, do you actually do magic? No. Okay. I'm poor now. I think the rest will maybe go to potions. Everyone gets... Okay, well, because we were children. Oh, wait, no, you can have arms. Not everyone can have arms, but the mages can have arms. No one else. Okay, then we'll buy... Potion seller? Well, you're not the potion. Are you the potion seller? No, you're also the potion seller. Yes, you are. I cast stab. Yeah, apparently. Well, yeah, you don't have any... You don't actually have any spells. So this makes sense. Okay. Now I'm poor. Everyone knows black mages use knives. So list too long to post in chat, but items such as you can forget spells. That was in the original. Really? You can save anywhere on the map and quick save nearly anywhere. I don't... Enemies drop loot. There's a gallery in the main menu. Wait. They didn't drop loot before? Hold up. Except fishing. Graveyard Keeper sucks at fishing. Rip. Do they, kaiju? I don't know if these games have it. I know that the Final Fantasy X and so remaster have it. But maybe these do too. They have a button where you can turn off encounters. And you can also speed things up. And you can also auto... I know the first Pixel remaster had it. So probably. Where you can auto... You can set up a set of attacks or a series of attacks, and then you could just press like, do it again, basically. Yeah, okay. Yeah, those are really useful, actually. I like those. All good games need 2 things. A decent fishing minigame and the ability to pet the animals. I actually don't really like the fishing minigame in Rune Factory 3. That's my only gripe. Maybe out of mana, but I'm not out of options. Well, HOTS on everyone. You can only remove poison. You can't even heal yet. I'm picking flowers! Stop that. Stop that right now. Pretty sure you can do that here too. Yeah, I would imagine that you can if you could do it in the first one, right? But that was really useful. I really liked that part. I need cure. I need Loneliest to learn how to cure people. If only we had fire attack or something. The heals stay on! Oh, I was working on the merch yesterday, and I think I finally have something that I like. I think I finally got to something that I feel is worth. Are you cure? Don't tell me you sell cure. I'll be very upset. Ow, ow, ow! Oh. Oops. See that candle furthest to the right? It's actually the switch for a hidden door. I could have just asked. I could have just asked. But I had to touch fire with my hands again. Oh. Well. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure I'll grind that back in 2 seconds. Probably. Evaluate the fishing sims in every game and give the best a trophy. I feel like they're... Oh, potion. I feel like fishing minigames are so important. But actually, if you want to see a video about fishing, Otter has one. Otter has a really good one about fishing. I think it was his first ever video. Well, at least now we have cure. I don't know if that actually levels. I feel like it does. I think it had a level. Did it not? Oh, I have to teach you. There you go. Wait. I can give you another dagger. Dagger, dagger! Not 3 daggers, but it's close enough. Okay, so this is Final Fantasy 1 system again, right? So we don't have to level them by using them. We can just find an upgrade eventually. That's nice. Okay. In the Pixel Remaster, you have an option to speed up. Yeah, and I really like that. I really like that you can do that. Let's see. This one. My favorite button. Since you bought things before even trying to loot, I thought we were only gonna get Cure. Like some guy was just gonna teach us Cure or something. That was not the case. Okay, let me sleep real quick. Or is this where I steal your items? Oh no, this is where the piano man lives. A big boulder is blocking the valley, so I can't get back to Cannon. Nothing left but to drink away my worries. Okay, he's an alcoholic now. Oops. That's unfortunate. Why is there not an award for best fishing minigame? There should be one. Is it also auto battle? Wait, what is auto battle? What's the difference between auto battle and speed up? There's no speed up feature in the open world, only in fights. That's okay. That's okay. Always only use Cure 2 and only if you're absolutely out of options. If none of those cases a flare spam. What about holy spam? What if it's AoE? I want to hunt every party member at all times. Hey, you look like you can play the piano. Give us a tune, innit? Alright, alright. A seasoned traveler always keeps a few antidotes and eye drops on hand. No, they don't. Eye drops are useless. Oh, I'm a dancer. Can't you tell? Want to see me dance? Yes. She's a classical dancer. Incredible. Play the piano. Uh-oh. Oh, we suck. We're trying really hard. Oop. How'd you like my routine? Does that make my character sad? I feel like it made my character sad. Oh, this guy doesn't even want to talk to me right now. Hey, did you like it? I did. I just played it. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care that I just played. Oh, hello. Oh, there's people in the bed. Do you want to talk to me? Zuh. I guess that's no. Hello? Oh, oop. Wait, don't tell me. I bet I can guess your specialties. Hang on. Yes, that is correct. I don't know what that's supposed to tell. Oh, there's only 2 beds. there's 4 of us. There's only 2 beds, so. Oh, we all went into 1 bed together. Hey. I'll listen. I don't see the problem. We're bonding. Oh, we're going directly into the forest. Oh, there's another village here. Hello. Who lives here? Oh, it's Kaz's. Whoop! Eek! Oh, sorry. I thought you might be ghosts too. While traveling from the west, I came upon this accursed town. I'd stay away from the inn if I were you. It's full of ghosts. I didn't really know ghosts. Oh, I definitely know this theme. I know this theme. I've heard this theme before. Oh, but they have a healing place. Oh, no, it's a resurrecting place, isn't it? Yeah, you're not a healing place at all. I feel weirdly lied to. Are you a ghost? The Jin's curse turned all the villagers into this! Not this. Does that mean... Oh, does that mean... Okay, well, he's at the inn, but what is here then? Hello? Can I steal your items? No one's here. Ah, yes, I can. Ow, ow, ow. I feel like I should be able to steal more than this. There's weapons everywhere. You should definitely let me steal more than that. Ruh-roh, Raggy. They're just boogieing. They're just having a good time. Have a good lurk-bee. The Jin's curse? It was me the whole time. Where have we heard this before? I only heard it in Final Fantasy XIV, I'm fairly certain. Sid's the name. I'm from Cannon, but a boulder in Nil Valley is blocking my home. It's Sid. Figured I'd spend the night at the inn and then this happened. What's my wife gonna say? So I want to take my airship for a spin. It's parked under the desert to the west of town. In return, think you can do something about this here predicament? You learn where to find Sid's airship. It's in a desert to the west. I'm gonna make notes because remember last time where I just forgot everything? All of the time? I know I have a pen can't stop throwing things. Okay. Okay. This time it will be different. Sid airship. What is this town called again? Kazuzu? Pazuzu? Desert West. Sid has kids. Does that make him transparent? Oh no. Wait, you're different. Oh, you're different. Oh, no, you're not. Townsfolk made a mithril ring for Princess Sarah of Castle Sasune once. If only we could borrow it. You need a mithril ring? For Princess Sarah of Castle Sasune? I bet if I sleep here, I would also become a djinn. Or I would become cursed. No, I cannot. Well, no, I kind of want to. I want to become a djinn. Am I a djinn now? I don't feel very djinny. I'm not a ghost. But I wanted to be a ghost. Wait. Can I steal things from your pottery? Someone definitely stole stuff from the back there. So she can be transparent. Hi, Core. Hello. Look at this side booties. Hot. Oh, I can go into here. The Mithril Mines. Am I gonna get my ass kicked here? The answer is absolutely yes. Oop. This is a lot. Could I still kill them? I believe. But you're gonna heal somebody. I have no idea how much health they have. Okay, I can kill these, but I will leave immediately after. Oh no! Oop. I don't have a resurrect. No, we can do it. I will drag Loneliest's corpse back home. Oh shit. Maybe I lied. Maybe we can't do it. No, we can. Okay, we have 2 corpses. Yo, but we got a lot of levels for that. I'm going home now. This is not where we're gonna be. Sorry, Loneliest. I'm sorry, bitch. I can resurrect though. Here, look, let me sip on some juice. Some resurrection juice. Most powerful form of Jinzi, just the djinn. It's me. Wait, do I get my... No, they're all level 1. Or health 1. I'm gonna sleep again. This skeleton's got boned. Well, it's more me who got boned, so it's okay. Velikor, me? We got this. Uneven XP. We are now gonna have to carry. This is a Japanese Final Fantasy 3? Yes. It's the Steam version. Wait. Oh, no. Okay, I see. Okay, I should leave. I should find this mithril ring from the princess, I think. Hey. Oh, you're still scared. It's just me. It's just me. Yeah, you guys were just having a little nap. I wonder if you... Okay, I have... I don't know if maybe they'll just tell me. I'm gonna assume this, but job level... Does that just unlock stuff for the job or something? Because I don't know what else it would do. Oh, that's the big boulder no one can pass. Hate those. Hate big boulders we can't pass. Yo! Velico absolutely mauled that guy. Ridiculous. Bitch's job is level 5. Look at that Onion Knight go. Oh, I should save. I have not saved this entire time. I can never keep the order straight, but I remember correctly what we originally got as Final Fantasy 3 outside of Japan was actually Final Fantasy 6. Japan hates us, that's why. They came up to me and they told me. They said, wow, I hate everyone in the West. Japan, the country, said that. Like, the landmass approached me about it. With the new Steam releases, the numbers are correct. They should be, yes. The Jin's curse turned everyone in that castle into ghosts. I was only spared because I was out on a mission at the time. If we had a mithril ring, we would be able to seal away the Jin again. Kazas is the only place where they can craft such a ring. With the curse, how can we hope to find a mithril ring now? Well, apparently, is this the castle that... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see if that's what you call it. Is that what you call it? Do you call this... Oh, yeah. Okay, this is where someone lives who has a mithril ring. One of you has a mithril ring. The princess has a mithril ring. I was informed. So don't you dare lie to me. We're going up the tower. Oh dear, there's enemies in here? But why? I'm so nice. Ow. They actually kind of hurt. Should I be here? Nah, hold on. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Ooh, can we AoE heal? I'm gonna find out. Oop. Wait, I don't have auto on anymore. Oh, I was gonna say. Yes, I can. Don't hurt Loneliest. Oh, I'm gonna put Loneliest in the back row. Yo, Velico is carrying the damage. It's always the Black Mage. I don't know what it is. Okay, can I also just do that every time? Yes, I think I can. Yes! Yes, look at the way he is sitting. Boom, baby. Levels! I don't know that I even want Velico to cast anything for now because his stabs are so powerful. Ooh. Yuli! Hello! Thank you for using Prime! What's up? Welcome back! No one puts Loneliest in the corner. Wait, I may have missed something. No, Loneliest is gonna be in the back. She's gonna be sneaky. She's gonna be like, You thought people were dying? Bam! Cure. Got him. Got him. The overall theme is immediately recognized from Final Fantasy XIV. Probably my favorite. Oh, yo, did I not even pay attention to that? That makes me a bad person. I will check. A holy arrow? A high potion? Okay, I feel like I definitely should not be here yet. But there's loot! Oh, there's monsters. Uh-oh. Oh, you're one monster. Okay, wait, though. I will wait. Don't attack. Oh. Oh, don't attack the same person twice, please. Definitely do not... Okay, well, I'm probably gonna just have to use a potion somewhere. No, don't do that. Yeah, heal Pidge. Pidge is feeling mighty upset. Now Loneliest is too. Okay, never mind. They're not that strong. You're gonna ninja heal. Exactly, see? We're doing it. And I got the White Slayer. Is that a sword? No. Is that a dagger? No. Oh, you can use the holy arrow? Okay, it sucks. Probably because I don't have a bow. Wait, oh. Maybe it's not what I think it is. I thought it was... It sounded like a weapon. Did it not sound like a weapon? I feel like it sounded like a weapon. You are a weapon. A sword infused with holy power. I'm supposed to be able to use that. Hey? Am I not strong enough yet? Am I not turtly enough for the White Slayer Club yet? Or... Back from a very interesting time in Belgrade. Define interesting. Turns out over 40% of Serbia's population smokes, and it shows and smells. We were in a secondhand store not too long ago. And they had this whole row of furniture. And it was from a smoker's house. So the entire row of furniture just smelled like smoke. Like, I could not even be near it because it smelled so bad. Like, neither Nick or me smoke. And no one's allowed to smoke in our house either. I really do not like the smell of smoke, and it was just everywhere. Oh, we are actually almost gonna run ads. Speaking of that, we are almost gonna run ads in about 18 or so seconds. I'm gonna sleep in the bed. Oh, a phoenix down! Yes! Oh, a bow! Okay, I know we have a wood arrow, but... Does Pidge want to use an arrow? A bow? A bow arrow? Wait, are you... Why is the holy arrow less accurate? Oh, maybe I don't know. Ooh, I want to... Maybe the bow is for... Maybe I'm gonna get a ranger? Okay. Yeah, when the ad play, I will do nothing. I'm gonna sleep in the... Oh. Let's take a nap in the princess's bed. I feel like maybe we shouldn't do that, actually. But I didn't know it was the princess's bed. This is probably a bad idea. It was bad. Establishment had signs that said something to the extent of smoking is allowed in accordance to the Ministry of Health. I'm so sorry. I hope you still have good food, though. I had maids in my apartment last week. They were definitely a smoker. I don't want to be around smokers. I'm so sorry, smokers. I'm sure you're wonderful people. My mom was one of the best people I ever knew. She smoked, but I do not like smoke. We tried looking for a non-smoking place. Out of the 5 we found on Google, we went to 2, both of which had people smoking indoors. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pet the cats. Okay, hello. Hello. Did I have a sultana biscuit? You bet I did. Recently, Jinsey said that birds don't like to be touched. Did I say that? Sounds like something I could say. That's true. Sometimes I forget things. Thank you for welcome backs. What is the term for that? Collective consciousness? Yeah, we all hate smoking now. Together. I tolerate septic because it's septic. Hi, Gary. One of mine just demanded scritches for 15 minutes straight. I know that Owls also really like scritches. Septic witches he didn't? Yeah, it's his breakfast is coffee and smokes. I'm so glad I don't smoke. I'm so glad I never tried. I'm so glad I never started. Genuinely. Let's take a nap in the princess's bed. We are a problem. We are definitely a problem. It is. It's really hard to stop. My dad used to smoke. He quit. The party is well rested. Are you sure? I don't think that's true. I think we're lying to ourselves right now. Oh, apparently nothing happened after we slept in the princess's bed. Okay, I gotta remember that that's where the princess's bed is. I feel like they did make mention of it, so it kind of sounds like it should be important. Doesn't it seem like it should be important? Oh, there's nothing here? Are you sure? This also seems like it should be important. It's not? Why can I walk up here? Suspicious? Adam's very picky about touch. Pet birds are like a little like cats in that way. All living creatures have their own temperament. Every single one of them. Which is why you must be kind to animals. I tried it once, just wondering what all the fuss was about. I spent the next few hours coughing. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I had the same thing when I tried weed once, but weed didn't do anything for me, so I was like, okay, well, I guess it's not for me. The Jinn's curse did this to me, to all of us. Oh, what shall I do? Apparently you will do in the corner the whole time. Green Cheek is named Charlie after Charlie bit my finger. Oh, Charlie bit me. Ouch, Charlie. Can I sleep in any bed all the time? Get out of my way. I want to sleep in this bed. Get out of my way. I can. It's kind of messed up. It's all messed up. I've had so many animals and the statement is very true. Yeah, I love animals. Cockatiels are very sweet. I had a... was it a cockatiel? It was one of those big white parrots with the yellow mohawks. Apparently it started doing a mating dance with me at one point. But they were very cute, so I didn't realize. I remember doing bar work before smoking was banned in workplaces. My clothes and hair reeked at the end of every evening. Yeah, oh wow. And that's not even to mention that it probably ruined your health to a point too. People never think about that, but they should. I think about Duke all the time. Even when it confuses him. Hello. I am King Sassini, but as you can see, the Jinn's curse has reduced me to this ghostly form. Only by defeating the Jinn can this foul curse be lifted. Where's the Jinn? He dwells in a sealed cavern north of this castle, but without a mithril ring, you will be powerless to seal him away. We heard that Her Highness Princess Sarah has one. That's true! That's what I heard. Okay, and I can't go in there yet because the skeletons kicked my ass. It's so crazy to think because we had smoking everywhere and then after a relatively short amount of time, no one did. Yeah! I'm kind of... it sounds mean, but I'm kind of glad that smoking's ostracized a little bit. I still see it a lot in this stuff. So I live in an older town and it's a lot of older people. So there's more people who smoke. I don't say anything when I see it, but like, could you not? Could you not in public? Apparently they have good rhythm. Yeah, they just go on their stick. It's great. I was thinking of them doing that bobbing dance. Yes! That's what they did. They did the bobbing dance. I remember my parents always coming back from nights out smelling like smoke. I mean, that happened when I was still going out in high school as well. Everyone there smoked, except for me and one other person. And we would always duck out because she had asthma and I have allergies. So it would actually make it really hard for us to breathe a lot of times. So now when I'm near smokers, I do get breathing troubles. Not just because I think it smells bad, but also because my lungs, they don't play nice with it. Some bars still do smoking here. and those tobacco stores, I can always tell when Dad decides to play the lottery at those spots. Whoa. Yeah, those slightly dingy spots. My brother-in-law smokes and my niece says, Daddy smoke, I want to smoke. I had the opposite with my mom. My mom smoked really heavily. So whenever I came home from school, she didn't notice, right? If you're a smoker, you don't notice. But she would just sit in the living room and she would smoke there. So I'd come home from school and there would just be this mist of smoke in the entire, like the doors would be locked, the windows would be locked, or they would be closed. I'd come in, I would just start tearing my eyes and whatever, or tearing my eyes out. And I would have to duck and run under the cloud of smoke to the back door and quickly open the back door to the yard. So I could just sit there and like let the smoke out. But she just didn't realize because you get used to it. You don't notice anymore. Oh, how could I have forgotten? The people of Kazas once presented Sarah with a mithril ring, but fair Sarah is nowhere to be found. Could she have been abducted by the Jinn? Oh, my poor, poor Sarah. Oh, I found her bed. Does that help? Do you want to go lie in her bed again? We can check out the sealed cavern. Oh, such stalwart warriors. When you reach the sealed cavern, you should know there is a secret door. The skeleton is the key. I killed 2 of those. Please, you must defeat the Jinn and free my people from this wicked curse. Okay, so she's not here. But I found her bed. I should probably not tell her that I was in her bed. Undead hordes roam the tunnels of the sealed cavern, but if you cast Cure on them, it may do some serious... Loneliest you're gonna have to carry. The White Slayer is in the western tower of Castle Sassuny. It's a holy sword, bane of the undead. However, only her red mage can wield it. I'm gonna be a red mage for a little bit. Just for a little... Don't test me. Now I can White Slayer. God damn it. Yeah, I really like... Okay, in Final Fantasy XIV you can do this as well. You can just switch classes. I keep saying classes. Jobs. Whenever you like. Wait, is there like a secret way to get in there or something? Do you have secrets? No? I thought you were going to be a red mage, but you were like, no, I'll be a warrior. Yeah, the reason I was going to be a warrior is because last time we didn't have any warriors. And we kept finding items that were warrior only. Secret tunnel. Oh my god, it's everywhere. So I was like, okay, well then I'll just be a warrior. This time I can use all of the equipment. And then they do this to me. You ever just feel attacked? Because I really do. That's a Tanagill. That's a Tanagill. And no heal? Okay. Goodbye. Sweet hat, right? One of my grandfathers smoked a pipe, but that was pretty much it in the family, fortunately. My brother had cigars sometimes, but that mainly seemed to be an Air Force pilot thing. He just needed to fit in. It was literally a secret tunnel. My mom got mad at her parents smoking and would break their cigarettes and put them back. See, I never did that. Maybe I should have done that, but I didn't want my mom to be sad. Blizzards? Here you go, Velago. You can do magic. Oh, another secret. Oh my god. Oh, hello. You're probably... am I... Oh yeah, I am healed. Oh, Tonfa? Oh, that's a weapon I can't use. It's for ninjas. Yo, I'm finding so many secret tunnels. I love this. You also... Yeah, you are. Okay. Avatar reference? I forgot you have these. I should have the entire song as an alert at some points. I'm kind of disappointed that I don't. Such a me thing to do, and she wonders where I got my attitudes. I mean, it was helping. You were helping. That's it. You were helping. Fireplace looks angry. They do. They all look angry. Do they tell me how many chests I'm missing? Wait, so hold on. Let me... does it tell you? Let's see. A sword infused with holy power. Okay, so... Well, you're a mage. But... An arrow infused with holy power. I feel like this would help. Right? I feel like this would help. Okay, now we are just going to attack like normal because the skeletons are kind of a lot. Why would you attack me when I'm so nice? Have you considered not attacking me? I think, okay, the arrow's not that bad. It's still 21. It could be, okay, I actually, yeah, the more I think about this, the more I think it's cool that I can switch my jobs. I think switching my jobs is going to be maybe my favorite part. Maybe I'll just level them all a little bit. Wait, is your ship actually in the desert? Hold on. Jinzy. Wait. Does it tell me? I'm missing some items. The altar cave. Oh! Wait, I'm missing items in the altar cave? Ah, I can go into the desert. It's Cid's airship. I can actually use it? Can I use it? I wrote it down for no reason, I guess. Nah, shut up. I immediately get an airship? You're lying to me. Forever? That seems generous. Okay, so wait, are you just immediately? Okay, well, I really know how to find him, don't I? There's so many secret tunnels in this game. I love this. I don't know why people are mad about these. A proper secret tunnel. It's literally a tunnel in the cave. I love that for us. Good job leveling, Velico. Wait, does that mean there's one here too? Okay, I'm just gonna go into each, like, side, I guess? I don't actually remember how many I was missing here. 42 damage though. Velico, why are you so powerful? Pidge's job level has increased to 7! But she still hasn't learned anything new or interesting that seems like it would be... Oh, there's... Did I just straight up ignore those? Oh, yeah, no, because I saw us stand here and go, wow, those are human remains. I even commented on that, and then I just ignored it. I do a ton of damage now. I'm so useful. Until I become a warrior again. One day. Good job leveling. A nunchaku and a longsword. And sleep. I don't think anybody needs to learn sleep. I don't care about sleep. Sheesh. Hi, Elvaniel. Hello. Hello, hello. Today we are job switching. I'm no longer a streamer. I am actually a red mage and a warrior. Maybe we'll learn things like Super Holy or Ultima when we level up. I don't know what those do yet. I really don't. I'm sure they're very useful though. Potentially? A rad mage? You bet I am. Okay. I think it was everything. I think it was everything here. Pidge is so round, and Pidge still looks like a child. The Onionite still looks like a child. Pidge will never grow up. There's no reason. I'm pretty sure that was everything here, so I'm just gonna leave. Crystal, it is I. Heal me. Thank you. See? That one also restores my KOs. Crystal is superior to water. We should all just eat crystals. We should become Abigail from Stardew Valley is what I'm saying. Okay, so I don't know what items means specifically. I don't know what that means, but I have every chest now. Yeah, you know what? As a black mage, that kind of checks out. I bet if I save him... Wait. Okay, can I be cheeky? I'm gonna save. On the same save file? Because I bet... Oh, no, I can't leave. Okay, 100%. They're gonna take my airship away again. I don't believe for a second that they won't. They're gonna take my airship away. Those jerks. Secret? There are 2 chests here. Let's find out where. Okay, listen. Okay. I'm gonna cure you to death. Boom! Oh, get soloed! I love how that blinded Loneliest, so now it just looks like Loneliest murdered somebody in cold blood and then immediately equipped sunglasses. Like, yeah, I did that. I'm not gonna cure blindness. Because Loneliest doesn't have to punch anybody. Loneliest has magic. I like the characters in this game. What is this game? Oh! Is that supposed to be their actual names? I don't think I've ever... Okay, Ingus I can only read as Dingus for some reason. Are these supposed to canonically be their names? I don't think they give them names here. On account of me naming them myself. Yeah, literally sunglasses. Oops. Oh, hello? Are you not do you not look like a button? Am I wrong? I feel like you look like a button. Do I have an item that is, no? Oh. It's definitely a button. Like, don't lie to me. Oh. I'm gonna see how much it does AoE wise. I'm just curious. That's still a good amount. Don't poison Pidge. Oh! You killed Pidge? For what? What did Pidge ever do to you? Do I want to use my Oni Phoenix down right now? No, probably not. Probably not. I'm gonna leave and resurrect Pidge. Okay, I do like that it actually... Okay, wait. It does seem to... What's the word? Divide the cure? Because I swear it didn't do that in 1, where if you just did an AoE, it would just do the same amount each time. Here, it just divides it between how many are left, and I think that's neat. Pidge, get up. It is no time for sleeping. It wasn't a DS release. Ah, Branson, did I say hello? Hi, Branson, if I didn't. Who killed Pidge? It was a mummy, I think? Skeleton? Mummy? Mummy skeleton? Oh, I'm here to sleep. I really like the soundtrack here. Oh, I really like it. It's very comfy. A button mimic? I'll take it. Okay, where do I find this skeleton? I'll send them back to their mummy. Do it. With an airship, you can fly right over lakes. Oh, this is not the correct mine. I'm a dum-dum. Never mind. I'm leaving again. I thought I had to. Okay, I'm not allowed to press the button yet. Hold on. I should have known better. Some of the best music in any Final Fantasy game. Yeah, I don't know. So far, people told me they didn't really like this one, but I'm having a good time. So far, I'm having a good time. A potion? Potions, hello! Okay, we are gonna continue doing that because you are already AoEing, right? Oh, no, you're curing the wrong people right now. Okay, so I can't do. That's good to know, I guess? That it will automatically cure myself? Is that still... No, I don't know that it's really a holy arrow there. I don't want to use all of Loneliest's mana on just like regulars. I wonder if the Jin is also going to be weak to it. I do have to heal though. Pidge is not doing so hot. Actually, I only got a Nintendo DS because that released, really. Then I found Fire Emblem and Final Fantasy IV and Mega Man ZX. I still want to play Three Houses. I have Three Houses. The Fire Emblem. I've never played a Fire Emblem game. Oh, another cure. I've never played a Fire Emblem game. Cursed Copper? Are you still... I kind of want to play one. Are you gonna curse me with your copper? Ow. Don't touch. Oh no! You cursed Loneliest! That's like the one person you're not supposed to curse! This is very unfortunate. You should heal yourself. I think. Don't do it. Loneliest, don't do it. We're friends. He's so confused. Incredible. Oh, you're gonna stare at Loneliest? Now she's confused and asleep. He said, I don't know what's happening. I'm going to have a nap right here. Which is honestly valid. Oh, and then you punched Loneliest again and again. You must stop. You have 3 houses? It's me, the boomer. Give you a spoiler, there's a fat chocobo and he's terrifying in the 3D version. Why would you spoil that for me? I would actually have wanted to see that on my own. I'm gonna make it my own. I'm gonna make it my own fat chocobo. It'll be my chocobo. Give house. You can have one of my houses. Hi, Ice. Hello. Your house is amazing. I love Fire Emblem. See, I've heard good things about it. But I just never, I don't know. I just never got the time. I also wasn't very into Final Fantasy Tactics. I played a little bit of that. I started it. But then I never actually finished the game. But I also kind of want to play that again. I want to give that another choice. Another chance. Stop hurting Loneliest. She's in the back row because she doesn't want to get punched. God. These people are impossible. Yeah, exactly. You better be dead. Yeah, mentally prepared now. Yes. Oh, still nothing new, though. Suspicious. Everybody gets confused sometimes. Loneliest is still a good... Loneliest is the best mage. The chest contains gil. Oh, okay. So this is where they say... the skeleton is the key? Okay, where's the skeleton? Where's the side with the skeletons? Doo-doo. Bow, 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 bow. I'm gonna start humming this a lot. I like the music a lot. Has the group entered me again? Not yet. But there's still time. I did find Blizzard, so video games give skeletons a bad rap. They're just trying to vibe. They're trying to exist. Nothing for me will ever be as good as Fire Emblem's Sacred Stones. To have the ability to level your party if you suck at the game was invaluable to me, and I've hated most Fire Emblem's map systems after FESS. Wait, you cannot level normally? You cannot level your party normally? Okay, so different skeleton. Oh! Okay. Are you the princess? I am Sarah, Princess of Sasune. I'm just gonna keep saying it. Sasune! Your Highness, what are you doing here? I am here to save my subjects, but I fear I cannot find a clear path through the monsters. Thankfully, my mithril ring spared me from the Jin's curse. Nevertheless, these caves are dangerous, Your Highness. You should return to the castle. I will not. I'll forge ahead alone if I have to. Oh god, you're very annoying. Ma'am? Tip's hat? Your Highness, won't you reconsider? Please, take me with you. You cannot seal away the Jinn without my mithril ring. Then I suppose we must. You joined the party? I don't have room for you. Can you leave again? Go away. Oh, that's right. If you wish to talk to me, press the L button. Don't hesitate to ask me anything. Now let's be off. Okay. What could be... Oh, ah. I am Sarah, and you are? I'm Jinzi. A pleasure. That's it. The Jinn can control fire. Perhaps attacking with ice would help douse his flames. Ice? Can I throw you at the Jinn? I did just teach you the thing, right? Did I not? Yes, okay. Velico has Blizzard. Good, good, good. If the Awakening was my first one, I had Shadow Dragon but didn't get very far at all. Awakening, Fates, and 3 Houses are all 10 out of 10 for me. I don't know if I would stream it. I feel like maybe 3 Houses is something I would play alone. Oh man. Okay, so you joined my party, but you're not actually gonna fight. So then what's the point? Always imposing. Incredibly obnoxious. Should I start single targeting with you here? No, probably not. Oh, you're not even dead! Now you are. Stabbity stabbity. Hi, Flameburger. Hello. We still haven't learned anything new. I always dreamed of being picked up and used like a bat. Your dream is about to become true. I want to swing you by the legs. Oh, that's the Jinn, I think. She's kind of vibing. Antarctic wind, so we can all use ice. I have 2 Antarctic winds now. Oh, I don't think you're... You don't seem like you would be weak to holy. Oh, I don't know. You still take a little damage. Maybe you are. Ow. Oh, that's actually kind of ow. Pretty much all of them passed Awakening. I only have 3 houses. I don't know. Are the retro ones worth checking out? Pidgeys level 10 Onion Knights. I still don't know what that's going to do for me. Just got a haircut. I hope you like it. It always feels so fresh after a haircut. I like fresh haircuts. Okay, I do want to know if you are weak to cure. Are you? You are! Okay, everything's cursed here today. Love that. Don't confuse Loneliest. Thank you. The onionest knight of them all. Paige is doing such a good job. Maybe there's thresholds or something. Eye drops? Okay, I'll have eye drops. For my dry eyes. Okay, I do want to heal before I talk to him. Back attack? How could you? How dare you? I feel like I would notice these coming up to me. Oh no, I'm poisoned. Don't be poisoned. Haha. You're so pretty. I think I'm just gonna kill one outright. Yo, that is damage though. Ridiculous. Oh, is this the type of poison again where it does less damage? Oh no! Oh no! Am I out of mana? Right before the Jinn? Okay, no, it's okay because I think it's only... Oh no! But I'm poisoned! Do I literally have to backtrack because of that now? No, you're kidding. I didn't even look at my mana. I'm a bad person. Oh, yep, you're poisoned. Oh, yep, we're all out of mana, I guess. Wait, yeah! Oh my god, I forgot! It only has 11! Oh no! And I don't even have antidote! No, I do. Okay, here. They don't give me a heal in the front. Will I do it without? I can quick save. I think I can do it without. I'm gonna quick save. I don't want to go back. Here, don't fight me, okay? It's the Jinn! Stand back! I will use my ring to banish the Jinn! I don't think it's gonna be that easy. Nothing happened. You think that silly trinket will stop me now? I've joined forces with the darkness, and together we're unstoppable. The Jinn attacked. Sarah died. Oop. Uh-oh. It's okay. Because you know who still has ice? It's me. And me. Oh, wait. Actually, you should attack. You should Blizzard. And, okay, you should use the Antarctic because you don't have very hard attacks otherwise. Does it do tons of damage? You bet it does. Incredible. That's right. Oh, ow. Oh, ow! No, I do want you to blizzard. Okay, Phoenix down because what the hell? Stop hurting me! I'm so small. Give back my person. Oh, I'm gonna get one shot again. Maybe I will have time. Do I still have 2? Yeah. Oh, wow! Do you just hate my character? It's okay. As long as you die. Thank you. It's fine. Going in and out of dungeons is a bit of a thing. Nah, I'm good. I got it. I can't unpoison you. You don't have any magic slots left. I think maybe that's what levels do. They just give you more magic slots again. Now, Sarah, while the djinn is weakened, use your ring. Sarah raised the ring up high. And just threw it at his face. Just throw it directly at his face. Suplex the djinn! Yeah, that's right. Consider him suplexed. The djinn dispersed like mist. The ring's power sealed him deep within the cavern once again. Please let me teleport out. I'm very small. Thank you so much. I would never have been able to seal away the djinn without your help. That's true. All that remains is to cast this ring into the wellspring in Castle Sassenee, and the djinn's curse will be lifted. For now, I'll use the ring's power to warp us back to the castle. Thank you so much. Not a Fire Emblem diehard? The community's full of elitism? Elitism? Really? Is it that bad? But I was a Fire Emblem fan before Awakening sold like wildfire and made the series more mainstream. The older Fire Emblem games focus more on world building and politics, while newer ones focus on being more anime. Both are good in their own way. My favorite is Path of Radiance, the one where Ike from Smash Bros is from. Ah, I got you. I know Ike. I do know Ike. Hi, Jeff. Hello. That's not a djinn. That's just Dave. Yeah, and if reaching named Dave. Echoes is also a good Fire Emblem. I think I'll see how I feel about Three Houses before I jump into anything else. That's just rude. A little bit. Yeah. They could have chosen anybody. Hi, Gulo. Hello. Cast it into the fire! Or in this case, the water. Princess Sarah threw the ring in the wellspring. Did it screw up the wellspring? That was a very heavy ring. It went blah, 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 blah. How big was that ring? That was the ring of all rings. My name's Gustarian. Honk. There. Now the djinn's curse should be broken. We wouldn't be here without you all. Thank you. I suppose we must part ways. I have a duty to my father and my people after all. Would that I could travel with you, but I'd only be on your way. You would be, yes. Sarah, don't say anything. Come back when you finish your journey. I'll be waiting for you for as long as it takes. Are you immediately in love with me right now? We swear to return. I choose to believe she's in love with all of us, all 4 of us. Sarah left the party. Good. They were all of them deceived, for another ring was made. I'm just immediately heating out of here. Whoop, hello, I'm dead. She is in love with all of us. Concentration of Gustarians in these last 2 streams is worrying. Can we handle this much? Honk? Yes. I'm fine, I'm just sleeping. Thank you, brave warriors. You have sealed away the djinn and saved my precious Sarah. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Take this! I trust it will aid you in your quest. A canoe! The king is just carrying canoes in his back pocket all day? That's very cool. How tall is the king? You may rest here as long as you wish. Sarah would appreciate spending more time with you. Oh, I bet she would. I bet she would. I have to go resurrect myself. I'm not feeling so good. Hi, Flames! Was a bit of breath. Wait, where was it? Was there not a resurrection thing here? Am I wrong? Am I wrong to say there was a resurrection thing? The princess has missed you. Her room is at the top of the tower to the right. I don't care. I want to resurrect myself. I don't think sleeping is gonna resurrect me. but I'm gonna sleep anyway. A regal canoe! Yeah, we have pocket sand. Why not pocket canoe? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm still super dead. Did I miss-see this? I swear there was a resurrection thing here somewhere. Maybe I was horribly wrong? Was I horribly wrong? No. I guess you should not be haunted anymore. It was not this one. Look at that handsome guy here. My favorite local plant nursery has a bunch of new succulents I've never seen before. What a huge new plant stand to put in my office. It's time to fill your entire house with plants. And then once you've done that, buy more plants still. Right, do you have a spring? Oh right, hello. Princess Sarah has been asking after you every chance she gets. She talks of nothing else. I have to stay here with my father. Would that I could travel with you. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, so I have to come back later. I guess I don't have one here. Or was there one in this secret tunnel? I'll just leave. It's fine, I'll just leave. Wait, but my airship! I left it at the place. Oop. I guess. Yeah, I immediately have to fight people. I'm just gonna stay dead, alright? I'm just gonna be over here dead. It's fine. They don't really need help. Look how strong they are. They are so powerful. I could be a warrior again. See? How is Sid gonna get his airship back? Maybe he never will. Oh, hello. It's a large beard, sir. Oh, that's Sid! Well done! I knew you could pull it off. But you're glad you had my airship, huh? I'm just happy it was used for a good cause. Mind if I ask a favour? Can you get me back to the missus in Canaan? Please, she's been waiting a mighty long time. Oh, okay. Are you not concerned about your airship? You know, the one that I just left parked somewhere? I have to go resurrect myself first. You have been talking to a dead person. Thank you. I'm not gonna sleep afterwards. Are you gonna make me pay to sleep here even though I just saved everyone? Because I don't think that's correct. Thanks to you, I'm back to normal again. I feel fit as a fiddle. Oh, isn't it nice to feel fit as a fiddle? I'm just going to sleep in your bed. Will you stop me if I just sleep in your bed? Because I did that before. Yes, we should rest. Apparently not. They will not stop me. I feel great. And Sid was there with me, watching me sleep. Oh, my healthy glow is back, and it's all thanks to you. Huh? Oh, that was me saying huh. Huh? Who wants that fivesome? She's waiting. In the lands, insert evil fire plants in Final Fantasy. In the fires of insert Final Fantasy Volcano, Dark Lord, insert evil Final Fantasy guy. In the secret, a master ring to control others. That's exactly what happened. How did you know? There's a hidden passage in the mine that'll take you to the deepest tunnels. To find it, go as far as you can, take 3 steps from the left-hand side, and look closely at the wall. I know, there's a button there. I know. Oh, darling, I know. I'm aware. Oh, God. Dental, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you very much. Lemez, welcome back. Sid's the name, maybe you've heard of me. I'm an expert airship craftsman, I'll have you know. I believe you. What can I do for you? What can't you do for me? Should I buy an antidote just in case? Now I feel like I should buy a bunch of them anyway because I should not use Loneliest for them. The only way through the Parmeni mountain range is Nell Valley. It's been blocked by a huge rock since the earthquake. They all say the same thing here, don't they? Kaz has made its fortune off of its mine. Artisans from town made... Oh, yes. Yeah, what he said. Is what she said? Taka's the finest blacksmith around. He lives by himself in this very house. Should I go talk to him? This here is the entrance to the Mithril Mine. Thank you. I had no idea. Hello? Oh, hello. I'm thinking about that boulder that's blocking the way to Canaan. I reckon if my airship had a Mithril prow, we could burst through. Say no more. I'll get one ready for you in a jiffy. Okay, but the airship is across the okay. Oh, well, that was a little bit violent, but thank you. Hold on. No need to thank me. You saved the town, after all. This is to show our appreciation. Take care out there. Taka affixed a mithril proud to the airship. Do I keep it anyway? Let's give that bothersome boulder a good old-fashioned whooping. Oh, yeah, swoop that boulder. Do us proud. Okay. I am going into the mine first. I should save. Go away. Go. Sit? I swear. Wonder why these cities are all from the Bible. I think Japan really likes, what's the word? Western stuff in general? Oh, you missed. I was gonna say, I don't want to use your mana. For now. Even though, okay, Pidge will need some mana. Congratulations on leveling! I just entered here and I immediately have to fight for my life. Oh, did you get a... Oh yeah, you have a level 2 slot now. Incredible. There, now I can use it. As a Jay, they use a lot of Bible names in these games. It's kind of like us using Greek names. Yeah, and also us using Japanese names. Religion? Oh, tons of it. Like our friend Sarah here. Sarah is a biblical name. Or Western culture and religion's part of that? Yeah. Exactly. Oh god. Oh, you are punching very hard. Pidge is not very sturdy. Is it because Pidge is a baby? Pidge, are you a baby? Literally. Do you have a... Oh. Maybe it's because you don't have any kind of defensive capabilities. Maybe we should have bought some new ones before we went here. I know there's 2 chests in this mine. Oh, and that's the only ones. All right. Oh, okay. Well, then I will use my magic because... My magic, I mean Loneliest magic, because that's all it is. If we're not fighting anybody else. Oh, you are very weak. That was a waste of a cure. Never mind. That is overkill. Damn, I guess I'm a red mage now. A mithril sword! Okay, listen. Is it time? Wait, how much are you? 15 and 85. Okay, you are better. I'm a warrior again, baby! Thank you. Oh, wow, you are immediately equipped with dual wields. Oh, I mocked my microphone. It's just fun to use exotic names, and this is what's exotic in Japan. Yeah, Sarah, exactly. They assumed it would sell well here. Did it? Oh, another mithril sword. You should dual wield it. And now I am dual wielding mithril sword. See? See, it's good to be a warrior. How much damage do you do now? I know that you're no longer weak to my attacks, but... Okay, so you're doing 45. No. 73! That seems reasonable. Incredible. A high potion! That's much better than a not high potion. Well, that was easy. Goodbye. Never speak to me again. Oh god. What did I just say? Have a good walk in the dog, Ice! Make sure to pet dog. Tell dog we love her. Maybe I should actually just give Pigeon armor. Or maybe maybe a shield? Do you want a shield, Pidge? I am determined to get Pidge to level, what was it you guys said? 92? Where Onion Knights become useful. Okay, you're not impressed that I went into your mithril mine? Okay, it's appropriate for you to tank as a party leader. I think so too. I'm gonna sleep in someone's bed again. 93? Really high. End game, I guess. I don't know, I guess I level pretty quickly, but what is usually the level that people get to before they get to the end of the game? I feel like 93 is really high. Maybe too high? But maybe jobs level faster than normal levels? I don't think so, though. It doesn't seem realistic. What are you guys selling? Are you selling cool magic? What can I do for you? Oh, I can get fire. Give that to Velico, please. He eats it. Here you go, Velico. Set people on fire. You have my permission. Oh, you can literally just buy a mithril sword. It's not even that expensive. Should I give 2 to Pitch? You can both get... Okay, no. I'm gonna let you keep knifing. I'm gonna let you keep dual wielding. There. Knife! And another knife! You're gonna dual wield, though. There. It'll be a while before I decide to have Velico actually just do casting. No, I'm not gonna give us shields, but we are gonna wear helms. Now Pidge won't die anymore! Look at all that defense we're buying. Dee, 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 dee. I think we bought a bunch of mithril the first time around as well. Oh, you can't have any mithril though. I think I'm gonna put them both on the back line then. How are your stats? Stamina 10, bunch of health, 22 defense. Okay, yeah. Oh, oop, oop. I'm gonna put you on the back line too. And it's just gonna be you and me, Pidge. I feel like most RPGs of this era had you winning the game around level 50. Yeah, exactly. Pidge, hello. You're in my party. Everyone wants to sleep with us. You're an Onion Knight. Because Onion Knight reminded us of you. Because you're green. Zach, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Hello. Hello, hello, welcome in. I don't know where this guy went. Guess he just left. That's okay. Did you put the airship back? No. Oh, but I have a canoe now. Why am I worried? I have a canoe. I can canoe over there. Wow. Velico just went absolutely ham on that person. Oh my goodness. Okay, we are too powerful now. I am in a canoe. Come, airship. It's time to... I don't know why we need to do this as an airship, but we do. Look at us. We're helping. I think the airship broke immediately. Yup. Oh no. Okay, I knew they were going to take my airship away. Do you not feel upset about that? The missus is waiting for me in Canaan. I gotta get back. He said, airship, schmership. Can I canoe here? No, that needs a normal ship. Ugh, normal ships. Oh, there's a mountain. I bet I can climb it. There's Canaan. Please marry me with a box of onion rings. Okay. It's heroic music. Thanks for all your help. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know. Come to think of it, if I can put together another airship, I bet you could put it through its paces. But we'll need to make a few design improvements, and no one knows more about that stuff than King Argus. You should go see him. Anyway, thanks again. Come back to visit anytime. King Argus? Does he live here? I feel like he doesn't live here. Does he live? Let's ask around. Oh, he's just gonna... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is he just gonna stand there now? I heard that long ago a traveling mage had some medicinal herbs in town. As for the wheres and wherefores, who knows? There's drugs. Never been myself, but they say there's a gnome village in the forest down south. I will go to the forest down south. Of course I will. Oh, hello. Are you in bed? Are you gonna say zzz? Oh, Dash. I'm so lonely here without you. You traveled south to Dragon's Peak where the dragons roost. I miss you so. In bed, specifically, is where you miss him? I see. I see. First that scoundrel Dash turns my Selina's head, then he ups and leaves town. Said he had something to find in a hurry. My Selina was always such a sweet girl. Now the poor thing cries herself to sleep at night. It's not night. She is just, like, in bed. A mallet? Ow, ow, ow. Why would I ow, ow, ow? Okay, come on. There's a secret here, right? No? Are you sure? Ow, ow, ow. I keep touching fire. I have no self-control. Ah, ha, ha! Is this the secret stash? No, that's a gold needle. Oh, I think that's for petrification. I love secrets. Did you hide the drugs in the inn? That's where I would hide my drugs. Oh, you're a potion seller. Potion seller! Give me your best potions. Oh, he actually also just sells gold needles. It's not that expensive. Okay, wait. I'm gonna sell you my knives. That doesn't seem responsible. I know that. I have a lot of long swords. Secret tunnel. Did I actually not need leather armor? I guess I didn't. It's because you're hot to the touch, but I'm touching other things. It's 3 p.m. Yeah, time for sleep. Okay, I do want to keep the holy arrow, but the bow kind of sucks. Wooden arrow is not useful either for me, I think. The white slayer I'm keeping as well. Not this one. I don't think I'm gonna learn sleep. I already, well, look, gang. We'll never know. Oh no, I've been. That's okay, Lonius. Lonius, thank you for the biddies. Thank you very much. I will try to find the door. Shrinks and unshrinks the targets. With a mallet? Sitting is the opposite of standing. Should I buy more potions? Lonius, thank you for even more biddies. Thank you so much. You are very sweet. Napping anywhere is my superpower. So I understand. I wish I could sleep anywhere. That sounds wonderful. Okay, maybe I can actually just learn. Was he selling ether? No, I don't think he was. I'm gonna check anyway. That one's been in my head recently. Same! I keep anytime anybody says sitting or standing, I literally have to sing it. It's very annoying. Hello there, sir. If you use the mini spell, you can turn into a gnome-sized version of yourself. I sold my last one to a young man named Dash. Oh, but I can shrink myself with a mallet. Is that what I need to go there? A traveler named Dash wandered into town recently, but he didn't stick around. I'm not sure where he was headed. Well, I found a mallet in someone's house and I stole it, so... Secrets? Okay, no, I already bought all of these. Thank you, though. Very kind of you to consider me. Oh, Resurrect Spring! I'm so glad these are free. So glad they're free. Is this where the stash is? I still want the stash. I can't read books. That's unfortunate. Oh, hello, little no. Oh, that's Sid! I'm glad you stopped by. You see, my wife fell ill while I was away. Come on, honey, you'll pull through. Oh, if only I had an elixir. Oh, I need to find an elixir for... Oh. Elixir for Sid. Elixir for Sid. Okay. I'll find you an elixir, old man. Ow, ow, ow. Can't stop hurting myself. No secrets? Are you sure? It seems like there could be secrets in this house. Maybe you have an elixir and you don't know you do. He wants you to lick her. Elixir? I see. I will find one. There must be secrets here too. This is so important. I should be able to canoe over there. It's another dancer! Oh, I'm a dancer, can't you tell? She's doing the same dance as the other one on the same music. I guess it's just choreography, the only choreography they have. Good job. Wow, you did really well. Oh, an old lady. Hello, old lady. Arrow is a light magic spell that lets you manipulate the wind to damage your enemy. Flying monsters hate it. Flying monsters hate wind? That doesn't seem realistic, actually, but I will take your word for it, old lady. You seem like you know what you're talking about. I don't know why I would assume that. I've never met you. Oh, hello. Oh, is this maybe where the secret is? Secrets? Are you in the waterfall? Oh. I took damage from going down a waterfall. I don't know why I'm surprised by that. Elixir! Okay, how do I get back up? How do I climb the waterfall? Do I literally climb the waterfall? Oh my god, I do. Yo, my party can climb a waterfall? I'm very powerful. I did take some damage, but I only took 6 damage. I'm very powerful. How? Also, an ad is gonna play in like 10-ish seconds. You know what? I'm gonna play it right now so that it can't bamboozle me. I'm playing the ad right now, and I'll be right back. Okay, hello. We did not get bamboozled. It was immediate. She's a dancer. Where's my dance partner buff? Also, where's my dragoon buff? She's only doing moral support. And I think the dragoon is climbing a mountain. Don't pin me down on that. But there's dragons on them near mountains, so that's just kind of the assumption. Maybe I'll learn to be a dragoon. Thank you for welcome backs. I'd probably slip and die if I attempted to do that with a waterfall. Have you tried? I think you could do it. Oop, I pressed the button. Hello, Cuff Cuff. Here is an elixir. It's really expensive. Heavens above, I'm cured! Thank you! Oh, thank you! I love how she's just called Mrs. Sid. How are you feeling? You went out of your way to help my husband and me. I can't thank you enough. Looks like I owe you one. Again.
Does that mean I owe you 2? I know. Give this candle behind me a jiggle. It'll open the way to the hangar where I used to park the old airship. Help yourselves to anything you found down there. Oh my goodness. Everyone has secret doors in their house. Why don't I? I think I deserve a little secret door behind the bookcase in my house as a treat. I think I do. Iron arrow, golden needle, phoenix down. You could have just let your wife die and then resurrected her. Why didn't you think to do that? Damn. A great bow, gnomish bread, more gnomish bread. Yo, what the heck? What does gnomish bread do? Displays a detailed map? Items first. What do you mean displays a detailed map? Like, does it show you all the secrets? Kind of feels like it's gonna show me all the secrets. More gold needle, potion, high potion, phoenix down. Again, you could have just killed your wife. It would have been fine. How do you know that you don't have secret doors in your house? That's true, I didn't build it. You make a very good point. I'll look after behind my bookcases. Nearest place I know where there's a proper waterfall has had numerous incidents of people slipping and injuring themselves or worse. Okay, listen, but you will be different. I'm sure you will be different. Okay, well, I've done this one now. I do everything in 2 seconds. I'm so fast. But I was gonna see if I could buy some stuff, and then I'm gonna mallet my way into the place. What can I do for you? Oh, I can also teach you thunder and poison. I don't think I care about poison. Oh, that's level 2. I thought for sure they would let me learn arrow. They did just mention arrow. Here you go, Felico. You can cast 2 of those because you're so powerful. I don't know if that's job level or regular level. I feel like that's regular level. I don't think that has anything to do with... Let me actually find out. You have 0. Is that just because I didn't teach you anything? No, you just can't use a red mage can't use magic? That doesn't sound real. Okay, what if I teach myself Cure? Does it show you then? Yeah, now I have 12 and 2. Okay, so it is just linked to your normal level. But I'm a warrior. Wait, you did equip them both, didn't you? Yes. Squizzle, hello! Welcome in, Final Fantasy X enjoyer. Had to finally catch your stream, and isn't it just such a coincidence that we're playing Final Fantasy today? Tuesday is my retro day, so I just play nothing but retro on Tuesday. And I'm kind of happy I implemented that because there's so much stuff I want to play that's specifically retro. Okay, I'm gonna go turn myself into a tiny person and climb a mountain, potentially. Is that what I'm gonna do? Oh, first we're gonna fight. Okay, well, I'm not going to use anything on... Oh, I didn't heal. You ever just forget to heal before you leave? Not me. Oh. We're not actually doing a lot of damage to these. You're a mandrake. Should I use fire on you? Let me use fire on you. It's okay, Pidge. I don't blame you. Is it a lot? You're a root. Yeah, it is. Felico, you're so talented. Set him on fire again. How? Okay, because we were gonna heal anyway. It's fine. I forgot to heal. Oh, yo! I haven't found any tents. Do they not sell tents here? Do you guys not sell tents? Do you cost money now? 40 Gillen Knights, but I'm a hero. You should want me in your bed. I love a retro game. Never played this one. I didn't go through any of the older Final Fantasies, so I'm going through all of them now. I'm going through all of those, all of the Zeldas. I just finished Chrono Trigger. Do they watch you while you sleep? I can only assume that they do. I don't know what else would happen. I think they have to. Oh, it's... Hello. No, it's fine. You're gigantic, actually. Thank you for the follow. We have anonymous follows, in case you don't want to be called out. Dragon's Peak. Well, they said I have to be small. And also maybe... Okay, this is where they said... Ah, yes, they hate wind. Birds hate wind. Which sounds fake to me. But I'll take the word for it. Oh, I should have brought more potions. That's on me. I'm gonna go as long as possible without using any mana. Because I feel like a dragon would probably be really powerful. See, job level is specific. That's suspicious. Yo, okay, I'm getting Pokemon vibes. Is it the music? The music is giving me Pokemon vibes. Firefly? No, you're not. I don't know what you are, but you're not a Firefly. What murder? Varu! Hello! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Hello, hello. The dragon is 10 times the size of a town, but then you are 3 times the size of a town. In stature. Okay, I have a lot of feelings. Here, bitch, drink a potion. More gold needles. Yo, I'm starting to think I'm gonna get petrified very soon. It feels like they're gonna petrify me. Arrow! I think that's a white mage, right? Yeah? White level 2. Noniest. That's your first level 2. Yeah! Wait, did we not actually... Oh no, we do have slots. Okay. I was gonna say. Better. Sorry. Wait, what are you apologizing for? What are you apologizing for? I once drew a bird like that with almost the same color, and I've never seen them before. In your brain, you knew. Somehow you're like, you know what? I think these are real. I think these could exist. Cast fire, it flies. Firefly, I think it I think we're reaching. I think we're reaching. Does Pokemon give these vibes? Oh, true. What was first, Final Fantasy 3 or Pokemon? Pokemon was first, right? Because there was a Pokemon... The first Pokemon, wasn't that on the first Game Boy? Am I wrong? I feel like it was. Notification covered your screen. Oh no, that's okay. If I had a problem with that, I would just not have it that big. I love seeing notifications because it means somebody subscribed to me, and that is incredibly cool. So, thank you. 97 or was it 98? I feel like they were first. Oh, Pokemon is 96? Really? Oh, I guess I was wrong. Hello, Grok. 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 What's in this egg? They just have not hatched. What's that? Is that the Dash or something? Are you Dash? Russell. Oh, Dash. Sorry. Whoa! How the heck did you guys get up there? Wait, don't tell me. You got captured by the dragon too, didn't you? Ha! Losers! That's rich coming from the dragon's next meal. Thank you, me. Touché. I guess you're right. My name's Dash. I'm Jinzy. Gotta be upfront with y'all. I've got amnesia. I can't remember a thing except my own name. I know that I came up here for a reason. I just don't remember what it is. Oh, you have a wife? Girlfriend? Person? Oh, the dragon's back. Hide. Just become a dragon. A dragon attacks from the sky. We don't stand a chance against it. We gotta run. Run. Run for your lives. Actually, are you telling me that I need to run? Because I think you are probably correct. Can we actually? Are we allowed to? Yes. Oh my god, it's literally Bahamut! Yeah, I probably wouldn't stand a chance. The collectible Game Monsters in my pocket was also early to mid-90s. Understood. I did not play Final Fantasy until much later, after Pokemon. Ew, that was close. Come on, let's get out of here. Oh god, I really am gonna give him this accent, aren't I? Yes, I am. Agreed. How? Do you know how to climb? Here, you can have this. It's a spell called Mini. I don't think I've got the magic know how to use it anyway. Why did you buy it if you're not a mage? An exchange? Mind if I tag along on your journey? Sure, if that's what you want to do. Good, that is settled. Glad to know you all. Thanks for Minnie. I did want Minnie. You can run? Did you fight Bahamut? Could you win against Bahamut just now? My first Final Fantasy was 10-2, so yeah, very much later for me. That's very later. You can jump down. Geronimo! Okay. Guess I should thank him for Minnie. I feel like maybe I could put utility spells? Wait, is that a thing? Probably not. Wait. If I switch to you, if I switch to you now? Yeah, and then I have no magic. As I was thinking, maybe I could just put utility spells on a person who was not normally a mage? Oh, hello. Chocobo Forest? No. Healing Copse? I'm a gnome from Tosis Forest to the south, here to draw water from this magic wellspring. You're welcome to pay us a visit, but you'll need to cast Minnie on yourselves first. We can't have big folks smashing the place up. Wait, sorry, where? From Tosis Forest to the south. Okay. Are you actually magic? Oh yeah, it's healing. I love healing. Oh, wait. No, it did heal. Oh, we have a third one now too. Okay. Do you do something else? Oh, they each do something else. Ah! What does this one do? Status. Okay, KO status and heals. So unique from the others? Yeah, I don't think I've ever played one that was even remotely like it, but... Oh, I guess I could just go back to heal. But I don't know that they, it didn't really hit well, did it? I don't think 10-2 did particularly well. Oh, you are white mage. Okay. Well, if you're in this forest... Can I go in? Are you the forest? Hold on, let me save. I said let me save. So now I will cast Minnie. Wait, can I only... Oh. Do I have to... Oop. Do I have to... I think I'm gonna reload for that. I think I might have to turn everyone into Minnie? Maybe? It seems like I do. It's a Dragon Quest Dragon Warrior game that predates all these. Came out in '86. Played the heck out of the first 3 Dragon Warrior games on my old NES. Dragon Warrior 3 was in a box of stuff my mom gave me a while back ago and I was sorely tempted to try it. I've never played the first Dragon Warrior games either. Back attack? In front of my salad? Oh, you don't do any damage. Okay. Well, just regular attack. Wait, oh, Pidge is sleeping. Pidge sleeps so much. I've gotten 2 old ones because I don't really want to pay 12 to 18 bucks for an over 30-year-old digital game. I mean, emulation. Emulation. I'm still awake. No, you're sleeping. Don't lie to me. You're definitely sleeping. Okay, well, I need someone else to also have magic then. Oh, whoop. I need to level? Wait, can I just not go back? I have to do this? I see. Does that mean I actually have to level until I get 4 slots? I guess I could also... I have an idea. I have a really good idea. It's very clever, I think. You'll see. You're like, wow, that's so smart. And I'll say, yes, it is. Okay, wait. Look, listen. Okay, first of all... oh, that one's KO. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna not change status. I'm not gonna heal status. Maybe that's why they did it. Here you can get your mana and such back. But you don't have to fix your status. Now we're all tiny! Everyone's tiny! Hello, I'm small. I did cast Minnie. I'm so small. See, is that smart? I made the most law-abiding person in the world, but I have never messed with emus nor their relations. I Can't tell if you actually have never done emulations. But if you haven't, I can help you. Oh my god. Not a familiar face among the lot of you. I know. There's a tunnel that runs through the Miranus Range. You can use it to get to Miralca Basin, home of the Vikings. Where's Stanch? Oh my god, it's a tiny well. If you shrink yourself with the mini spell, your defense falls to 1. Probably best if you fall back during battles. You're blessed with the crystal's power, right? This would be easier with 3 black mages in the party? Shut up. I don't want to do that. Oh, that one can open. Have a good lurk, mama! Good luck studying. I have slept a little. A tiny bit. Best to avoid emus and their lactations. You will actually lose. I've never a Game Boy emulator, but that's all. Okay, well if you if there's anything you want to play on an emulator, just let me know what you want to play and I will go set it up for you. Went to bed at 10ish and woke up around 3. Close enough. Cura? And a vest? Okay, I don't think the vest is gonna help very much. Is it? Wait, do you like vest? You do not like vest. Can you even still learn Cura? Do you still have room? You do. How much magic can you still learn? Oh, that's a level 3 spell. Holy. We are going very fast. We are going very speedy. Does it feel like we are going very speedy? Because it does. Oh, I need an antidote. I have one. Here you go. That hit the spot. See? Never use your items because what if somebody's sick in a bed and they ask for it? It's happened twice now. Take a small nap after stream. Yes. Have you ever experienced retro achievements? What does that mean? I don't think so. Don't touch the emos, everyone. Setting up a World War I machine gun and hoping all the emus would stay still and get shot. Y'all didn't try. I'm sorry, y'all didn't even try. Something I ate really didn't agree with me. You saved my life. I did. In return, I'll tell you about a shortcut to Miralca Basin. Just take the stairs over here. They lead straight to the secret tunnel. Really? You just have stairs to a secret tunnel? And then you told me about it, so it's no longer a secret? Oh, okay, wait though. I'm not done yet. There are other things I must see. Retro achievements are an unlockable achievement system for emulated games through RetroArch. I have definitely never heard of that. Though, I am kind of trying to not do achievements anymore, which sounds kind of weird, but I got really into collecting achievements for a while, but I realized that it started to ruin my enjoyments of games. Where I would do certain achievements because I was playing a game, I really enjoyed the game, and there were like maybe 2 achievements left or something, and I thought, okay, well, I've almost platinumed it. I might as well do those 2. And then those 2 really sucked, and I kind of ruined the game for myself. I don't wanna ruin games for me. Build secret tunnels to exotic lands. Everyone has them. I know, I want one behind a bookcase. And yet, here we are, bookcaseless. Okay, I already talked to you. Dr. Shelka knows all about the tunnel to Miralca Basin. I know, I went to his house. He was a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. Gnomish bread has magical properties. It's got the same effect as the sight spell. Oh. 1 bite of gnomish bread and the whole world will be spread out below you. Man, far out. They are admitting it's drugs. Okay, I will have 10 in my inventory. Thank you. You are so welcome. Kinda. Yeah, the 360 and PlayStation 3 Chivo sounds still tickle my dumbass reptile brain. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I like achievements. Some of them are... Like, the Hades ones are good. But the Hades dev specifically said, we don't want to make any achievements that suck. You know, where sometimes they have... The achievements in a game are just stupid. Where maybe it's just... seeing all the endings, so you have to replay it a bunch of times even though there's only small changes or something, or it's a bounce off the wall 20,000 times, and it's like, okay, yeah, I guess technically that's an achievement. I don't know what kind, but yeah, kinda. It's snowing. Ice, do you want to come over here? It's actually quite warm here. I don't know why I'm still wearing sweaters. Some are just stupidly grindy. Yeah, exactly. I would know that retro achievements are created by gamers themselves, but I don't put pressure on myself to unlock anything. Just an enjoyable bonus. Yeah, that's fair. I think I probably do put some pressure on myself. I'm really bad at that. But I'm also okay with not doing achievements. I kind of partially like emulating because of that. Emulating on Tuesdays as well. Because they don't have achievements. Specifically because they don't have achievements. Because then I don't feel like anything is mandatory to unlock everything. Defeat the donut bus using the oh my god, that took me so long, Landar. That one actually did suck to do because I just had to reset the state constantly until I got the one I needed. I think Monster Train did it better for that one actually because you could just take a seed that worked. Stranger of Paradise took me a while to get all the Chivos. Lots of optional content there. See, and if the optional content is fun and engaging and interesting, then I don't mind. But I don't like the ones. Cyberpunk has a bunch of these. Hold on. Let me list some from Cyberpunk. Oh, I have Cyberpunk bonus content. Incredible. Like let's see. Shoot an enemy grenade in midair with a revolver. Like why? Find all fast travel data terms. Okay. But like why? What? That's because it's not necessarily fun. I feel like that's not fun. And don't worry, I'm not going to say any spoilers. I'm not a monster. This one especially. Complete all gigs and NCPD scanner hustles. Everywhere. There are so many. There are so many. Holy. Kill or incapacitate 300 enemies using ranged weapons. See, and then usually... Okay, so these are not that bad because it's not a high number, but some of them will have, like, really high numbers. I don't want to do that, so I don't. I think it's incredibly dope to have achievements built into the Game Boy Advance version of Final Fantasy games. Yeah, it's definitely a fun idea. I just don't think for me it's healthy, probably. PlayStation 1 titles like Resident Evil 2. I was like, doesn't it have a remake? Yes, it does. Still remember the community trying to host a day for NBA 2K7 all online at the same time to get the achievement? Unfortunately, there was never enough people to get it. Wait, what's the achievement? Get all the cars was so painful at launch. Yeah, if it was really painful to get all the coin together. It's like every question mark in The Witcher. Yeah, exactly. And those are not fun. I feel like if you're making achievements like that, I don't think you should ever say do 100% of them. I feel like doing 100% of them is like boring at the best of times. Just do like a certain percentage of them. Have X amount of players online. Oh, that's really stupid as an achievement for sure. It'd be fun if you really want to read the lore scraps. Yeah, but then it's something if you really want to do it, right? If you're just genuinely interested, like me, because I'm a nerd. Otter! Hi, Otter. Otter, listen. Okay, real quick. If you have not played Final Fantasy X, I'm gonna say something about Final Fantasy X. If I'm not talking about Final Fantasy X anymore, I will do this, okay? When I'm done talking about Final Fantasy X, it is spoilers. I'll just do this, like it'll be really obvious. Then it'll be over. Then I'll be done talking about Final Fantasy X. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about it right now. It's like spoilers. It's not like technically main a little bit. Okay. Because I kind of hate talking in chat because it or like saying a lot of things in chat because it's so much typing. You remember how we were talking about Seymour yesterday, Otter? Because, okay, there's a reason I did not include any of this in my Final Fantasy X and X-2 video. Because it's just fully a plot hole, right? Because there was one camp who said it's Final Summon, and I was like, no, that doesn't feel right. Okay, here's why. Here's why more of the reasons. Because I didn't want to turn your chat into the Jinsey show. I was kind of feeling like I already kind of did that. But this is literally the Jinsey show, so I'm allowed to do that. Like, the reason why I feel like it's maybe just a plot hole in general, right? So, Seymour going there and getting the final summon. Clearly the final summon does still have a faith, right? Because you turn the person into the faith. And we see the faith for the first, for Yunalesca's final summon. We see that one. It's broken, right? It's busted. Where is all the other ones? Where are all the other ones? What did they do with them? where did all the faith things go? Because, okay, let's say that that Seymour's mom thing was final summon, which first of all, I have a lot to say about that as well. But let's say that it was, right? So he took the faith and he hid her in Bash Temple because he was like, don't use my mom, that's my mom. But then the other summons, they didn't have time to do that because they were dead. You know what I mean? When you go there and you're like, whoop, final summon, what, kill the thing, oh, I die. Okay, like, when you summon your final Aeon, do you first take your faith away and like put it elsewhere, stack it in like the final summoning faith cabinet or something? Like, where does it go? Maybe in a different temple that was possibly destroyed, but like, what, it's like at least 10 of them. Like, where? How? What do you... in a faith closet? Like, that's why I'm so bothered with that particular bit, because it just bothers me in general. And yeah, like the Seymour's mom thing, here's another thing why it would be dumb if that's the case. Because, okay, first of all, I know she's like, use me to defeat sin, blah blah blah, but it's like, you're literally a child. It's like, Seymour is literally a child. Like, when you see Yuna come out after she's just become a summoner, she's like, I've done it, I have become a summoner. And she's all out of breath and whatever. It's like, clearly it's really mentally and physically taxing to summon and become a summoner. So the mom was just like, ah, yes, a small child, my small child son, just go defeat sin right now. I think it's time. What do you mean? What do you mean? And also, Seymour's not that old. He's like, what, is like 20s, early 30s or whatever. They would have known he's gonna die. Like, Yuna's party knows. So his mom would know. So his mom's like, oh yeah, I just want you to make friends. Haha. So go defeat sin. By the way, he will die. Like, what is the logic there? I just wanted him to be strong and protected and have power. But also, you will die if you do that. Like what? The entire Seymour and his mom plotline is so everywhere. It's everywhere. That's why I didn't want to add it to my video, because what the hell? It's just plot hole central. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about that. I feel like I had more that I was thinking about, but I'm gonna stop talking about it now because okay, it's safe again. I will no longer talk about any Final Fantasy X spoilers. I have to find out and fight God. It's just what happens. Maybe she saw evil and it was like, go die. It's time. Leave, child. Okay, I'm gonna talk to the gnome village again. Otter, we're in the gnome village. It's great. They have bread and it's drugs. The drugs are bread. The living woods are somewhere out there in the world. I hear the fairies that live there are the cutest things. Secrets? You smell funny. You smell funny. Shut up. We're all gnomes here. Can't find a friendlier bunch. No, siree. I don't know. Someone just told me I smell funny. I don't think that's very nice. Is Monkey in this village? Are you saying he's a gnome? Oh, okay. Arrow, fire, blizzard, sleep. I already have all this. Yeah, I already have all this. You can have my vest. You can have... Oh, that one's actually decent. No, but I don't need it. I do want to keep this bow. Am I ever gonna use a tonfa? Am I ever gonna use blinds? Nah. See this gnomish red? It's drugs. I talked to a little gnome who had some and he said far out. That's how I know it's drugs. Can I go in here? No. Whee! I'm entering people's houses and stealing their items. Oh no! You just sell things. Do you sell a mallet? I feel like you should sell mallets, personally. Okay, maybe I should buy more. Blindness though? Okay, well, you'll have 2. I will buy, I'm gonna buy so many more potions. I think it's good. Then I don't have to use mana. I'm so smart. Wait, can I steal from your pots? Wonder what the original sprite artists thought when they were told they had to make a smaller version of sprites. They're already tiny. Tiniest. Now I want bread. It doesn't have to be gnomish. I have a ton of bread in my freezer. Do you want my freezer bread? Walk down, welcome back, Ice. I did pet dog and tell her y'all love her. We'll give her a treat at dinner. She's perfect. I love her so much. I've never met her, but if anything happened to her, I will kill everyone in this room and then myself. Which in this case, it's just me in this room, so... A mithril rod! I just bought these. I need to stop buying gear, clearly. Oh, wait, but I am very small. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My defense is 1. Uh-oh. Maybe I should become big again. What are you weak to? Let's just try thunder. You're just gonna defend, I think. Oh, you're gonna defend. Ow. Oh, that is a lot of damage. I also do no damage. This is definitely a problem. Velico? Please carry the team. Wait, do I actually have to— oh my god, I actually have to be Black Mage. I will die. Do, 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 do. Didn't Noob beat her up though? Ice's dog? Okay, I will kill Noob because that doesn't sound correct. Oh my god, they're so tiny. Ah, I can't read. Is it this one? No. Nope, I will kill you if you beat up Ice's dog. Come here and fight me. You're offering your freezer vent? Go on, suspicious. Oh, okay, I will toast it first. Notice the music? In here? Or in the— just earlier, in the tunnel? I didn't pay attention to the music. Noob, how are you liking Deadly Premonition? Is it fun? Is it fun? Is this slander? Oh. Am I to understand that you did not do these things? Oh no, but I have no... Finish your sentence, Jinzi. I have no magic. I don't have any magic. Should I have taught them? I have no money. Oops. Okay, well. Wait. The battle music was subdued. Oh, because we're underground? That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the only one who knows anything is Velico. Okay, I'm gonna have to sell some stuff. Oh, okay, how about... maybe ice? Ice? It's fine. This Tonfa? Oh, no, not my mithril swords. You can't have those. Okay, I'm just gonna teach... They can't... Can you? No, you can. But it's really expensive, so I can't. Oh, a 2, actually. And then also some blizzards? Yeah. It's gonna have to be like this. Because I got nothing. Jinzi and Pidge. And then Jinzi and Pidge. And then Loniest is just gonna have to... Funny is gonna be in the front row defending. Loneliest, save us. I don't want to die. He did beat her up in the game. Your dog? That's messed up. Nope. Why? Print is liable. Yeah, get it right. I think I made like 30 minutes of progress in the whole stream yesterday, so I'm enjoying it. Uh-oh. Was it chaotic? It seemed like it would, like the 5 seconds I saw of it. It seemed very chaotic. Okay, Velico, you're gonna have to carry a little bit. A little bit much. Because I am not strong right now. Oh my god, yeah. This is kind of funny. Okay, you're gonna defend. No, I'm so small. Okay, Blizzard does nothing. Oh, never mind. I guess Pidge just wasn't in the mood to do a whole bunch of damage. Wait, I have lots of items. I can just use all of my potions. Incredible. I wish someone would teach Teach me sleep and you can cast it on yourself. That would be very useful. Oh my god, the Tosis Tunnel is, oh no. Oh, but I'm so small. Why would you do that? Ow. Stop it. How do you feel about fire? Or was that just Velico casting? Because Velico casting would probably be more preferable. It's fine. We're gonna be fine. Okay. Pidge, I'm sorry I'm getting you murdered. Okay, fire is a little better, I think. Maybe. Or maybe it's just because it's not Pidge. I don't know why Pidge is... Pidge? Oh, no, I do know why. I have a mithril rod. Whereas Pidge has a holy arrow. Wait, is that how you're supposed to equip them? Oh, we literally have nothing else. Retro. Okay. Well, it's fine. We're still gonna be fine. If you want to cry to sleep, think about 1453. I don't know what that is. I can make my own frozen bread at home by forgetting to bring a loaf in from the car. It's like David Lynch plus early internet. It sounds interesting, for sure. If anyone is gonna murder me, I'm glad it's you. You're welcome. I understand completely. Oh, am I outside again? Can I... Perchance. I don't want to be, I don't, you know? I don't want to be small. Can you make me big? Good job, Pidge. Good job on murder. Oh no. Okay, well, do you have a... Ooh. Can I... Okay, but then how would I get out? So I would have to be small again to get out. You see my conundrum? Oh, wait, no. Maybe you're just nice? Are you just nice? Hold on. Oh, it's the Pirate Cove! Oh. 300 gil? Oh, can I only go here because I'm tiny? That's probably why. Squawk is the only thing holding me together. A Viking ain't a Viking unless he's sailing the ocean waves. I'm pretty sure you're pirates. I don't think you're Vikings. We're Vikings, pillagers of the open sea. Or, well, we used to be. While the old sea dragon showed up after the earthquake and wrecked all our ships. All but one. The Enterprise was spared. We can't set sail with this monster still out there. I don't believe that you're Vikings. That's not true. Just resting my eyes. Can I rest my eyes instead? I'm so small. We did get that song Istanbul, not Constantinople, and I really like that song, actually. Boss ain't got a clue how to handle the sea dragon. How's a Viking supposed to fight a monster like that? Thunder. A building on the cape is Neptune Temple. Pops, I don't know more about it. Ask him. Who's Pops? Which one of you's Pops? Are you Pops? No, you're a bed. Yes. Does it heal my tiny status? It does not. I'm still tiny. Do you have mallets? No. You have... Okay, I'll buy one, just in case... Two. Just in case somebody needs it. You know? What can I do for you? Okay. I can buy one thunder. Here you go. Me. I need another 700 so I can buy more. Worth it. Is it? Hello? Where's all the Vikings at? Oh, it's a secret. Hello. I wasn't hiding. No, I was just waiting for Pops. That's all. In the secret cave? Sure as you're born, I'm the oldest Viking here. I know more than most about the Neptune Dragon. That vicious beast is meant to sleep in its temple for eternity. But ever since the great earthquake, something's roused the dragon from its slumber. Now it ravages any ship that sails the seas. Man, that earthquake really kind of ruined everything, didn't it? Hey, how do you feel about all this? Whoa, get a load of how tiny I am! Now I can't use my sword. Guess I gotta fight with magic or nothing. You're not fighting at all. You're just kind of there. Huh, it's another heal. I love when I can drink water and return from the dead. That is not that which does eternal lie. And with strange eons, even death may die. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit too chill on retro days. I guess it depends on the retro game I'm playing, but still. Thundara! Yo, you're giving me all of this for free? And I'm still only going to get, well, yeah, I'm only going to give that to... Do you have any of the other ones? Oh, incredible. Is it a level 3? Oh, it's all level 3. I don't... Okay, I am going to teach you Thundara for sure. But I think... I can only have 3 spells per list, so I should be a little careful. A little careful with what I'm taking here. Hello, I am very small. I've tried everything, just can't win against that sea dragon. Oh, you're literally called boss. Okay. If you get rid of that monster, I'll give you anything. We can give you the Enterprise. We got a deal? I don't know. I wouldn't get on a boat right now if I were you. Everyone who sails along the coast gets attacked by the sea dragon. It must be the legendary Nepto dragon from the temple. There's no other explanation. Surely no other. He's become a total layabout. Well, that's a little rude. He's trying his best. I am boarding the Enterprise. Even if it's seaworthy, that sea dragon will just come after us. I can... do it again. Wait, does that mean I can become unmini? Is it time? Wait. Shrinks or unshrinks? Okay, I think I can. Wow, I'm so large. I can be a warrior again. Okay. I can sleep and become large. Okay, it is also partially just the music, alright? The music is so chill. Oh god, it's gonna cost me 40 every time. Being chill is your overall plan lately? Maybe not so chill that you could probably fall asleep here. Like, I mean, that's comfortable, but I guess I used to have streams that chill. I used to have streams where I was very quiet. If you look at some of my earlier streams, I was way more chill. And then somewhere along the lines, I became not chill. There you go. You're you again. Okay, well... Wait. No. Yes. I'm going to guard with Pidge. Is that a good idea? Yes. See, okay, you're a black mage, right? So why doesn't Mithril... Like, it has +1 intellect, but is that really worth? Is that really worth it? How much intellect do you have right now? How smart are you, Felico? You're 16 smart. That actually is pretty smart. But sometimes I might not want you to cast. I started watching your Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough from 4 years ago. It's fun seeing the differences from then till now, right? I think the first one I ever uploaded was Darkwood? I was very chill in Darkwood. Aggressively chill even. Hey Maja, hello. Goedenavond. Wait, it is evening there right now. Yeah, it is. Hello. Isn't he talking about how she was more chill? Noob entered chat. Noob ruined my vibes, man. I was so chill. I was so chill before. And then Noob came along and just ruined me. Don't worry, I'm getting it back. I'm reclaiming it. The loud alerts stay, though. It's okay, Noob. I forgive you. I'm a better warrior. I still don't know what that does for me. He has that effect on people, I know, but sometimes you don't want an active stream. Sometimes you just want to vibe. Looks like you all know what you're doing. I think we'll come along. I do. It's another Gustarian. Before it was chill, it was notoriously unchill. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty chill. I'm not chill. I can be chill. I can be chill. I can be hip. That wasn't noob. Unless. You're very goose today. There's a lot of Gustarian today. Or lately in general. When I first came, Coolsta was bonking everyone. Yeah, it was, I had some interesting chatters. I like my chat better now. We can have little conversations about whatever. I like this, Jinsey, though. I wasn't here for your earlier stuff, but you make this such a cozy place, and the vibes are immaculate. They are. Frog Wizard is actually here all the time. You can be hip. Nice, you can make part of Voltron. Now, you're at Onion Night today. It's a statue of the Nepto dragon, but one of its eyes is missing. There seems to be a tiny passageway where the eye used to be. Maybe we can fit if we use the mini if you don't shut up. Seriously? I guess I can grind some coin. Can I just take the ship? Wait, I should save. Because the dragon could appear at any minute, right? Is this where the dragon will appear? Yes. He's literally just called Nepto Dragon. Well, I have Thundara. And nothing else. I'm gonna have you defend. Set. Wait. Never mind. I think I'll do that thing with the eye instead. I actually have to level a bit now. I don't have the coin to turn everyone back into mini, I think. Oh, I have some. Okay, hold on. You get out of here. I need spells. I do think I just help make everyone comfortable being a little bit more wild. Sometimes. When I first found your stream, I could not be around. I was definitely not comfortable in your stream at all. It was so loud. It was so loud in your stream. Like I would enter, and especially because it would be a raid, I would always enter in a raid. The raid would be loud, and then a bunch of alerts would go off. I don't know, man. It was a lot. I had to leave. But it's not that much anymore. It's not like that anymore. The current game? Is the current game like that now? Is it that loud again? But you don't have all the alerts anymore. You removed a bunch of the alerts. Did you not? Well, why don't you go marry Noob Ice? Damn. Okay, I need, okay, I'll get one more slot. Then it'll work. Then I only need one sleep every time. I mute whenever I'm in a raid because they're too loud half the time. It depends on the streamer. I mean, not everyone has particularly loud alerts. I know a few of the bigger streamers, they barely have any alerts. Just like in general. They barely have any alerts at all, let alone any that are particularly loud. Also, hi Alburn. Took me so long to stay because I would always see Anubis playing marbles and I thought you only did marbles. Yeah, Noob is actually a marble streamer. Exclusively. My ear stopped ringing. Hi Ronnie. Welcome back. I already did. Do it again. You can have what is that called again? Re-something your vows. Restart. Called a lot of my unhingedness. I mean, you're still pretty unhinged, but like it's manageable now. At least for me. I don't know. Maybe some people really miss that. Potentially. Your voice alert of to Venus. It's been going off on cooldown every 30 seconds. That is definitely something else. I just turned down Noob's volume. I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. I don't know. I feel like I want to hear what he's saying. My alerts are really to alert me. Just a simple sound. Ronnie, how are my subtitles right now. Because people said it's not very good again. And I need to get new ones again. Renew your vow. There we go. That's the one. Noob even said it earlier. He plays marbles one time each stream and then the first hour is over. Potentially. Depends. Maybe he's having a really good talk. There's special ones for the year celebration, but that's it. Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing. If you want a chiller stream, then you probably would not have that many alerts in general. And that's fine too. We don't all like the same things. Surprise! We don't all like the same things? What? It's bad again. I think they just can't keep up with you because you speak fast. Well, I'm not gonna speak slower. That's just weird. Okay, I'm gonna try a different one. I feel like I'm not even speaking particularly quickly now, am I? I feel like I'm talking a normal speed. Speak faster? I mean, I can. I don't want to. Okay, why don't you do any damage to Pidge? Is Pidge just anti-werewolf? Do you have 4 yet? Nope. Oh, wait. Look at the Portuguese Ronnie. Wow, Septic. Wow. Becomes an auctioneer. Yo, you have to train for that. You have to train to become an auctioneer. I don't think I want to talk that fast. You need to hear from Pidge, but I doubt it. Wait, the faster speaking? Or how about now? Do you have 4? Nope, still not 4. I'm like a bird, only fly away. I do like the alerts I added. I don't think my alerts are that overwhelming. But I added more because I do like Noob's alerts. I think probably Noob is one of the more creative streamers that I know. I don't know, sometimes I see really big streamers. This is gonna sound kind of mean. I'm gonna say something mean. Don't be upset. I'm gonna say something particularly mean. I think a lot of big streamers are boring and I have no idea why people watch them. Like sometimes before I would think, why do people watch me? But then I'm like, okay, well, I think people watch me because I talk to my chat. I'm very interactive with my chat. I talk a lot in general. I feel like I'm sometimes funny. But then I will watch a streamer who has like 1,000 viewers or whatever, and there's just nothing going on. Like there's nothing happening. And I don't understand it. I don't understand what you get out of watching that because... And like, I truly mean nothing's going on. I mean like the streamer isn't talking. They're just staring dead-eyed at their screen. Like obviously this is not all big streamers. But there's definitely a handful where I'm like, do you just not want to be here? Because it feels like you don't want to be here. I don't know. No wolves here, only dingoes? I like dingoes. No, thank you for the biddies. The overall experience you present is precisely what I like to enjoy. Thank you. Because, like, okay. Noob, sorry, you're the subject of conversation today, I guess. Noob is constantly adding new stuff, constantly adding new alerts, and not like not even just alerts where it's like, oh, you did bits, or you did a tip or whatever, but like I really like the gacha ball alerts. Like I don't really think I've seen that everywhere. I think those are cute. I like the tickets a lot. Like they're interesting. I guess they're interesting. It's very interactive. It's very, you always have something to do. I don't know. And then I have to raise an eyebrow a little bit. Again, I know it sounds really mean, but I'm like, okay, but why why aren't more people watching streamers like Noob, who obviously put in a lot of effort to make this stream fun and engaging and entertaining? I don't... And then, you know, there will be a streamer on the front page who doxed someone or someone, and then you go to Twitch and you're like, hey Twitch, did you know this streamer doxed somebody in real life? And they say, oh, no way. And then they just carry on. I don't know, man. Sometimes Twitch is so weird about streamers in general. I don't know. It's weird. I feel like it sounds mean when I say that, but I feel like I do, that's what I mean. It's how I feel. I have a little freedom dancing. I love freedom. True, agreed. Otter, we are both so mean. Yes. Flipping this and sending it to Keemstar for drama. Oh yes, Keemstar really cares about my tiny stream. Been in 1,000 viewer stream before and I was so bored. Like, it was just a YouTube video. Yeah, exactly. I feel like if the streamer's not saying anything and nothing's happening in general, they're not even really very particularly... Because I get it if you're really good at the game, right? If you're watching someone for their skill, that's different. Or if it's a speedrunner or something, then it's completely different. But it's just like an average person averagely playing a game and not talking. Just watch a no commentary playthrough on YouTube. The body painter I watch on Saturday, she's got that auctioneer speed during giveaways and trains. Oh man, it's so... Like, I don't even know how you can still understand words when they talk so fast. I don't get why people watch those big commentary streamers, and then there's thousands of clips flooding YouTube of just some dude. See, I understand what people get out of commentary streamers, because if you value someone's opinion, then I get it. You know, if you send in clips. Also, an ad is gonna start soon. I'm just gonna vibe here. I'm not gonna, because we're talking. It's fine. Then I get it. If you're like, okay, I really want to know what this person thinks about this or how they feel about this thing, then I get it. But I mean like the fully silent streams, right? Asmongold, I do not like his vibe. I do enjoy that there were like 20,000 people that saw me kill him that one time. Yeah, Branson. I think the last Asmongold clip I saw was where he was saying that that Monster Hunter person, like the girl who is like, oh, I'm doing a blind, I don't know, some kind of boss run, and it was proven that actually she was faking the blind run. And he was like, oh no, I think it's really real. Like first he was like, it's real. And then he was like, it's not real. And then he was like, it's real. That was the last clip I saw of him. That's what I have of him right now. I like it here and in this community because I can say hi to some of my favorite people. Big streamers, it's like an experience, but not a good time for me. Yeah, I mean, again, as speedruns are and such, I think it's different. But in this case, yeah. I watch Hassan to see how wrong he is when he gives his 2 cents on European politics. Yeah, see, but I get why people watch Hassan. Because he has an opinion. He's charismatic. I think you can say a lot about him, but he is definitely charismatic. But yeah, if you have the charisma of a potato sack, then I don't get it. I created my Twitch account in 2012. Things have changed so much since then. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, things will always change. He added something so that we can use clips to make sound alerts. So far we have him barking, mooing, and whispering. Hot. Are you 4 yet? Oh, you are poisoned. Stop that. Still not 4. Become 4, please. I watch Preet sometimes. Most of the time, it's people reacting to his demeanor and each other. Wait, other people reacting to Preet's demeanor? I'm mean as fuck. Nah, I don't really like... I feel like I'm talking shit when I say things like that, but it's... I've been thinking about it recently. I have, because people always say these things where it's like, oh, the creator economy is over or it's collapsing, and it's like, yeah, maybe if you're not interesting. Maybe then. People always, whenever people bring up creators in general and their job and what they do, they always talk about these bigger creators that, I don't know, some of them just don't feel like they have to put in the effort anymore. They don't have to try anymore. And those are the people that other people look at. And I just don't think that's fair. Because there's a lot of really cool people on Twitch that do incredibly cool things. Incredibly cool, creative things. But no, we have to talk about the big streamers all the time. At some point, it's just watching TV. I feel like Twitch is watching TV in a way, either way, if you want it to be. But I like that you can talk to people directly. I have enough issues with the parasocial shit I have with you and Ronnie to not get invested in other streamers. Sometimes a big streamer is great for me, giving me some comfortable distance with what I'm watching. So do you watch silent streamers? Genuine question. Do you watch streamers that don't say anything? Well, Darksaber has appeared. Hi, Saber. We're talking shit, apparently. The only big stream I watch is multiplayer. As in the channel's called multiplayer or multiplayer games? Been in some music streams over 1K. Music Twitch is a bit of a different animal anyway, but plus the musicians trying to interact with people when there's that many. Yeah, I watch, when I want some music on and I don't know what to put on, I usually turn on, Nee. Because she DJs on stream and she still talks a lot and I really like her vibes. But that's, again, that's different because then you're there for the music, right? Not necessarily for the interactiveness of it all. Sometimes, but probably via channel hopping mostly. So if you watch silent streamers, what is the draw for you? Is it just background noise from the game? Or I guess a better question would be, for you, what is the difference there over turning on a YouTube video? Is it just a convenience, like, oh, I already rated in here, I don't have to pick something, I just need some sound or whatever? Me with the charisma as a potato sack? See, Otter, I definitely do not think you have the charisma of a potato sack. I don't think any of the streamers that I personally watch have the charisma of a potato sack, obviously, because I watch them. Watch art streamers mostly. Well, then you can also watch them do art, right? Then that's more skill you're watching, I think. It's hard to be a creator now. Yes, true, but also be fun or interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, those are different views. Those are the people that are complaining and they don't get views. But somebody said this before as well, where the creator economy in general is so weird now. This was yesterday, I think. Somebody said you kind of have to do TikTok now. I don't think that's true anymore. I think I interrupted my thoughts in the middle when I was talking about that. But I don't think that's true anymore because TikTok has become very saturated. And worse, the algorithm has adapted. So there's a lot you can't do or say on TikTok anymore. I think I mentioned this one before, but if your clip is too short on TikTok, it will get suppressed. If you say death on TikTok, it's suppressed. If you say kill, murder, maybe even, sometimes even sword, like weapons, gun. If you even just say that, it gets suppressed. And because there's so many people specifically trying to get big and specifically uploading bulk content, if you're using TikTok to grow, you have to be very specific about what you upload. It basically has to be as high-level content as, on say, an edited YouTube video. And that did not used to be the case, right? With all the people who were blowing up because... Do I not have 4 yet still? What's up? Who were blowing up on dancing, right? And the dancing were not particularly good, but they were just like fun to watch. They were just a little, you know, little bubblegum, just enjoyable, just like that. You can't really do that anymore. That's kind of impossible now. The older a platform gets, the harder it becomes to do anything on that platform. And TikTok is really old now, and it has too many... I want to say boundaries. It sounds kind of weird when I say boundaries, because then it makes it feel like a bad thing. How do I still not have a 4th level mini? Art thou jesting? Loneliest is level... Oh, yo, Velico is level 26? Unreasonable. I'm not creating anything, I'm just playing my silly games. Yeah, but you're fun, Ronnie. You're witty. You're interesting. TikTok now, it's like 10-minute videos all the time. Yes, exactly. You can upload it to 30 minutes. Like, I'll scroll through TikTok, and like, I uninstalled it now, but when I could see an entire episodes of Tom and Jerry on there. Just full length. Sex immediately, yep. Sometimes it's just a game that I'm somewhat curious about, like this for instance. I'm never going to play Final Fantasy 3 ever, but if you're playing it so I can watch the game, know the memes, and a little bit of the lore. Sometimes it's something I want to play that I'm curious about, and other times I just want to chill and watch some paint. Someone paint, yeah. I feel like, well, yeah, like I said, painting, art streams, I feel like that's definitely a different beast again. Like when I say potato sack, no commentary, I really just do mean video games. Like, let's say I was playing this game and I was just staring at the game like this and I wasn't saying anything, like I don't think that would be particularly entertaining. You know what I mean? Like those streamers. And then those are the ones that have like thousands of viewers. I'm gonna guess it's mostly just the background noise thing then. maybe. And yeah, checking out whether or not you want to buy a game. Still, if you're a streamer, as a streamer, I guess I don't really understand how people get to that point. How did they grow? I guess is my question. How did they grow? At least you're playing the game. There's also those people who leave a YouTube video on and fuck off. Oh, what's his name? XQC? Wasn't he that guy who was gonna go get his lasagna while he turned on a YouTube video? Wasn't that him? There seems to also be a lot of new always on streams coming on. They are basically just running all the episodes of old TV shows. Not new, I know, but there is one running my favorite 90s sci-fi show and I keep getting sucked in. Yeah, I see them in random categories sometimes where it'll just be... It really will just be a TV show. Like I see Malcolm in the Middle ran all the time. For some reason, Malcolm in the Middle gets rerun constantly. They probably were just early adopters? That many? See, but that was also what I was thinking. Still weird though. Like when you can do and see so much else, you know? Get that lasagna. You know, I do understand wanting to get lasagna. I love lasagna. We're having pierogies today. I'm looking forward to those. I tend to lurk unless I have the time to hang out in chat. But yeah, I'll leave you muted, running on an iPad or television whilst I work on stuff. Mute it! You don't want to hear me? Fair enough. I don't always have time to watch streams, but I always have someone stream up. Multiple streams even. Just on tab mute because I want to give them the +1. Because I'm annoyed that some of the people that I think are really cool and fun are not succeeding as hard as I want them to. You know, where it's like, oh my god, watch this stream, they're so cool. I hate it here. XQC is a whole different beast and got big through pro Overwatch and being just generally a big troll. Yeah. Like, I know how XQC got big, but then he does pull some interesting stunts. MST3K and Rift Tracks have been around a while, at least here Twitch channels. Yeah, people who were here when Justin TV was still a thing, right? But I also, okay, I said this before, I don't really want to be a very big streamer. I kind of just want to vibe. I want to be a reasonably sized streamer. I would ideally like to make my goal bar every month, and that's kind of it. I don't really want thousands of viewers. I think that would be very overwhelming, and I would not be able to reach out anymore. Malcolm in the Middle is one of the greatest shows. I love Malcolm in the Middle. A lot of word of mouth, of course, helps too. It does. It does. Well, okay, so earlier, I don't know if Squizzle's still here, but Squizzle I know from Otter's stream. I don't actually know when Squizzle came into your stream, but I basically see him there every time. I always lurk on Otter's stream, so my standard night lurks are Noob and Otter, because they're almost always on when I'm done streaming. So I just leave those on, and then a variety of other streamers who I want to see succeed. Ronzo Kamari, my king. It's much better vibes than most streams. Yeah, Ronnie has very chill vibes. Ronnie's been playing Pentiment for a while now. Ronnie, do you enjoy Pentiment? Because I haven't really been watching. I do have you on all the time too. I haven't really been watching because I kind of wanted to play Pentiment. Do you feel like I would enjoy it? Go to the bank and there's like 7-figure digits in your account right now? Millions of dollars? No, I don't think that's worth it. I don't need millions of dollars also. Just a comfy amount. Yeah, exactly. Just want to play Pentiment and cry over my Bavarian people. Get to treat Nick like the king he is. I already do. Squiz came in with Elden Ring. Gotcha. Have a good lurk, suspicious. I literally just finished a rewatch of Malcolm in the Middle. There are some parts that made me cringe a little now. I feel like there isn't a single show that aged well. Finally, we're at 4! I can finally do- oh fuck. Do the thing. Does everyone have to become Minnie or just me? Was I right about this? No, I can still go in here. Do, 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 do. You love Ventiments? It's a meow meow. You love it, I think. See, it looked like something I would enjoy, which is why I didn't want to spoil myself on it. Okay, yeah, so he doesn't turn mini. Unless everyone's mini. Okay. I'll sleep. It might be hard on your voice. I mean, this one is kind of as well. This one's a little hard on my voice because there is a lot of talking. I don't know. I feel like most people who are here for the game have already checked out. Usually when I have like discussions about anything, like things that are on my mind, I know people generally leave, but I think that's also partially why I cultivate my community the way that I do. 'Cause I kind of want people to stick around who do enjoy that. I don't know. I want the people who are here, I would love for them to be there because of me and not necessarily because of the game. I don't know if that sounds like... Does that sound like narcissistic as hell? I don't know if it does. But that's kind of what I prefer. Because then I can just, you know, if I do want to just sit down and talk about stuff, then that's okay too, you know? Like no one's like, oh my god, she's talking again. You know what I mean? When will she be quiet and play the game? To be fair, just now most of the talking I did because I did need to grind a little bit. Millions of dollars versus hundreds of children spamming Doritos? I would stream for like a year max, and then I would quit if that was the case. And then I would just start like another channel, and I would just tell the people here about it and no one else. Suddenly you have a Lamborghini and fur coats money. I don't want fur coats, and I don't want a Lamborghini. I am genuinely not interested in rich people shit. Like, oh my god, I cannot emphasize this enough. Like, I just want to be able to pay my mortgage and not stress about money. That is the ultimate goal. It's just to not have to stress. Like, am I alone in that? I don't think I'm alone in that. I think that's like the millennial dream. Nobody's precious but not innocent. Sometimes he is. Occasionally. Thanks, did I say hello? Hi, thanks. Most pop culture does not age well in societal terms. It really doesn't. Like, we talked about this before about anime. Most anime age terribly as well. Even my favorites. Imagine Jinzi with Dr. Disrespect shades and mustache. I don't know how to imitate him because I don't watch him, but I feel like he has one of those voices, right? But he's like, okay, Dr. Disrespect also puts in a lot of effort. Like I understand why people watch him fully. He was like glued to their screen for Final Fantasy III. Lots of people are very interested in older games. Like, whenever somebody does a first playthrough of Ocarina of Time for Zelda, I'm there. I love Ocarina of Time. It was my first ever Zelda. Ocarina of Time is the reason I learned English. I am absolutely glued. Talked about it before with Jinzi, and I feel like I'd be perfectly comfy at 100 to 200 CCV. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Also, on that note, and I talk about this a lot too, but I know Twitch talked about doing sponsorship things sometimes. If Twitch actually implements the possibility to accept sponsorship deals through Twitch, that would help a lot already. Like, that would take so much off of everyone else's shoulders, I guess. Because, like, okay, it sounds so weird, but well, I'm gonna call you out a little bit, not in like a bad way, but when I was thinking about quitting streaming at one point because it was just so much stress, I think I talked to Wall about this, and Wall said, well, you could just, you know, make that the goal. If you just be like, okay, well, if you don't make the goal that month, that's when you quit streaming. Just tell people that that's, you know, that's what you need to survive, basically. But I did not want to do that because it feels like I'm actively putting that burden on someone else's shoulder, right? And I am very much of the belief that if I I'm not entertaining enough for that to happen naturally, then I should quit streaming. Because then clearly I'm not a good streamer. Clearly that's not my thing in life. And then I just have to like switch paths. Like it just makes more sense that way. And I think that sponsorships would really help a lot with that. Because they have in the past, like I did a lot of Stream Elements sponsorships. And, you know, it wasn't always like a huge amount, but it helped a lot. It helped a lot. It's, don't underestimate that. And so if Twitch starts doing that, that would be really dope. We're not games, we're people. Are you sure? Us? Yeah, you're an egoist? Okay, well, coming from you, Septic, I will take it as a compliment. I watch the same shows over and over. Supernatural, Malcolm, Scrubs, Bones, Stargate, House. Comfort shows. I get it. You're not games, we're people. It doesn't sound narcissistic? Thank you. I always feel a little weird saying it, but speaking for myself, I often get quiet when discussions get going because I have trouble condensing my thoughts on the subject into bite-sized chat messages. Then when I try, I often am misunderstood in my intent. I completely understand that. It's so hard sometimes to understand a person's intent from typing anyway, because you can't see their face, you can't hear their tone of voice. And if you do need to explain further, then it's also harder because you have to type it out first and you have to... Yeah, it's why earlier I said very quickly that I wanted to be a nice number. Thank you for making it a nice number. Thank you so much. It's a round 1,000. I love round numbers. I have a problem. Eyes. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Mwah. What was I saying? What? Oh yeah, earlier when I was talking about Final Fantasy X, I already had these thoughts in Otter's stream yesterday, but I didn't want to like flood the chat with my typing. And like I said, I didn't want to turn it into the Jinzi show. I'm not all selfish because as a variety streamer, I'm extra careful to always have opposing vibes of games going so people stick around for the stream versus just a game. Yeah, exactly. And I do still, okay, I am very careful with what games I pick to stream, but I think on Retro Day and Friday, I really am kind of doing for me. Those are kind of my days where I just, because I really want to play retro games. And I know that I'm probably not a good retro streamer because I don't have much experience with retro games outside of Nintendo 64 and PlayStation 2. Because I never had the older consoles for myself. I never had a Game Boy. I never had, we were poor as hell. I didn't have any of those things, so I don't know them. I haven't played them. Oh yeah, you stay anonymous. You don't know who I'm gonna yell at now. I'm holding the entire chat accountable. How dare you? It was so pretty before. Now it's weird. You made it weird, cowards. Let me ruin Ice's efforts. Oh well, together. Wait, that one doesn't have a fun alerts. I have fun alerts with things that are not round numbers. I'm just saying. Siasha, thank you for the biddies. It was already ruined. Disgusting. You can hunt poor people for sport. I also don't want to do that. Maybe, probably not. Hi. Naruto aged perfectly. Sasuke! Sorry, I can't not say it. Not alone in your financial feelings. I couldn't care less about money. I just want the stress of it gone. Yeah. First thing I would do with any amount of money is give it away. Yeah, no, but like actually, I think a lot of people in my chat have this same feeling. I know because I definitely talked about this one before. I have a lot of problems buying stuff for me, but I find it very easy to buy stuff for other people. Like if somebody wants something for their birthday or whatever, or for Christmas, or they're like, oh my god, I wish I'm like, okay, I will buy it for you right now. But when it's something for myself, like, I don't know, maybe like a new pan or something. Let's say my pan is fully rusted through. And I'm like, well, maybe I should get a new pan. Then I'm gonna first like pour over the numbers and like, should I really be buying a pan for myself? Is that realistic? You know what I mean? I don't know why I am that way. I feel like it's a pretty common feeling. I love Thundercats. Is that anime? I don't know. I think is that Is Thundercats? I've never watched it. Is Thundercats not a Western animated show? I'm actually not sure, Jake. I love older games too, but like Final Fantasy 1 to 3 seems to like not have too much story character going on. Okay, but like honestly, my first of all, my name is Giovanni Giorgio. Giovanni! Okay, well I would first have to buy the cooking pan, and that will never happen. Utana, thank you so much for summoning Giovanni Giorgio. I appreciate it very much. You're very kind. Thank you very much. Maybe I will buy a cooking pan. I won't hunt anyone for sport with it. Thank you so much, everyone. You're very kind. I do want to emphasize that that I'm not having this conversation because I'm like in trouble or anything. You're not in trouble either. Well, except for Anonymous. They're in trouble. Through Twitch? Nah, no thank you. They'll want to cut. I mean, yeah, but Stream Elements did too. And I think the main reason that having somebody else set up a sponsorship for you is it takes away the middle part. And it's Twitch negotiating the sponsorships. And that's actually a really big deal because my fellow content creators, a lot of you don't know your own worth. A lot of people will do sponsorships for free items. Which, by the way, if you receive an item for a sponsorship, you still have to put that on your taxes. So in the end, if you don't really need that item, it's actually probably not a good thing to accept those. Or you know, they take sponsorships for literally just what's the word? Exposure. You know, Twitch negotiating it for you means that they can get a better deal for you, which I think that's worthwhile. Well, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Utana. Utana, is that what you would like me to call you? Utana? Or would you like me to pronounce the whole name? I first ran across you on TikTok a while ago and I'm glad I can catch a bit of a string. Really? Was it the Witcher Facts or was it my stream one? I'm curious. I feel like most people find me through Witcher Facts, but I do have uploads. It was the Witcher Facts. Okay. I thought so. Thank you very much for checking out the stream. I really appreciate that. I stole the name from a mythology book. All right. Okay. Yeah, because I don't think I've seen it before. Utana it is. Okay, hold on. Let me scroll back in. Thank you so much. What an entrance. What an entrance you made. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Oh, I am very behind on... Okay. Oh, yes. What I was going to say. Everyone's miniaturized. Let's go. The party enters through the dragon's eye socket. Okay, I wasn't going to enter yet. I wanted to say that I think this screen looks really good for an older game. I think they put a lot of effort into this scene specifically. I think it's cool. A dude is a persona who plays his role, such as many people do. And if you're there for it, that's cool, but I would never take that online persona even to a convention. No, absolutely. But I do understand why. Respecting each other is actually the goal. So right now it's normal that everyone is dropping viewers and stuff. It's not that you got worse or something. The world's just very bad and people need to survive. Yeah, it's summer and the weather's nice. When the weather's nicer, people go outside more, and that's like obviously. And I say this every time as well. If you have stuff to do, don't ever apologize for not being here. Don't ever apologize for only coming back after a really long time. You're always welcome here. Unless I banned you because you're under 18, and then you are no longer welcome here. But this is not a mandatory attendance place. I love to vibe with you whenever you have time. You have time. Sponsorships are incredible, especially when they happen naturally and via the company reaching out. Love that shit. Yeah, Otter, you have such fun sponsors sometimes. Honestly. Unlucky for me, retro game streams are like 80% about the vibe. They generally feel cozy until the games get unreasonably frustrating, as they can do. Yes, and I think, Carrie, I had that with the first Zelda. So I was playing the first Zelda and I was playing it on original hardware. So for the people unaware, me and my partner, we collect retro games. We love retro gaming. And so mine obviously is PlayStation 2. I don't know how well you can see it. But I'm the PlayStation 2 collector. I love PlayStation 2 games. All my favorite games almost are on PlayStation 2. So we have all the old consoles. We have NES's and SNES's and Dreamcasts and everything. So I was playing it on the original console here, but our original Zelda cartridge, the battery was dead. And because the battery was dead, you couldn't save on it anymore. Because Zelda was the first game, I think it was the first game, where you could save on the cartridge, which was a really big deal. But because I couldn't save, I left my console running for the night and I just did 2 days of Zelda. But then it became frustrating when I got to a dungeon where I would have normally said, okay, I'm going to save the game and I'll come back to it next week. But I couldn't do that because if I turned off the console, it would kill the game. So yeah, not 3 days of Zelda. That was like the first one that I did not finish. And I was a little bit upset about that. So from now on, we are not doing it on original hardware, just in case. There's a run. I have cats. They're running in the background. But otherwise, if a retro game gets frustrating, you know, on retro days, you're also allowed to backseat. My retro gaming day is the only day where you are allowed to backseat. And I don't understand the big streamer appeal either. Don't worry, I will remain small. See, I'm mini. Now someone ruined it. Ice? You encouraged it. Would fill that bar myself every month if I could. Lander, you are very kind. You already do so much. Please do not ever apologize. I mean, you're tier 3. Yo, we're gonna get the 60-40 split next month. For my birthday! It's literally my birthday month next month. And for my birthday, Twitch is giving me 60-40. Our order of pretzel bits at work is 15. I can't do it. It's an odd number, so people get 16 when I make them. Wow, incredible. I'm gonna order pretzel bites from you specifically, thanks. Coward? I think so. I guarantee that was Ice, was it? At least Xiasha was not a coward. Xiasha is an endless being of the void. He knows no fear. Noob, how could you? Noob would never. I troll openly. If I won the lottery, let's just say that there would be a lot of anonymous 10k donations going around on Twitch. I talked about this with Nick before, but we're like, okay, well, what would we do if we won the lottery? Like, we'd pay off the house and then just like have enough to not have to work anymore. And then I would literally just go to all of the streamers I follow and I would just fill their bars every month, like at the start of the month. Why not? Have you heard of the Dino Lords game coming out? It's a medieval fantasy game where the Vikings are invading England on top of dinosaurs. That makes me think of Kung Fury? Don't they have that kind of in Kung Fury? Because I swear they do. My financial situation is better recently, but now I have less time. Time is money, literally. Hi, Mama! We were talking about stuff and things. Need to remember to contribute more subs and tips when I can. Carrie? No, you don't. You do not have to do anything. You vibe. Your unlurk was nearly right the first time I've ingested knowledge, and I'm satiated for the moment. I hope the studying was comfortable and fun. It's a real sport! Okay, sorry. What sort of pan are you looking at? So the main pan that we don't have just generally is just a literal cooking pan. You know, the type where you bake eggs in. It's warped and rusted. Most of our pans are kind of just janky in general, but we can still make it work. Okay, we work around it. Don't use it that much anymore, but yeah, the mostly boiled eggs now. Hi, Lily. Here, you want to see Lily? Look at her. Here she comes. Are you gonna sit on the table? Yeah, it's a bit full, buddy. Sorry, there's a bullfinch's mythology in the way. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hasn't she just been around so much recently? Like, Lily has been everywhere. Here, look at the camera. She's considering it. Oh? A little bit. We tried. I'm sure Anonymous is very cute and thick. Iron. How do you know? Oh. She's about to sit on my keyboard. People hunting with pan is so much fun. Lily, do you have experience? Sorry, I'm a trendsetter. I just wanted to see a nice 1000. Ice, you're perfect. Don't even worry. Or you can do tax fraud. Ah, yeah. No, I'm way too much of a coward. I joke about tax fraud a lot. I'm way too much of a coward. What if you receive an item as a sponsor and then you don't like it, so you donate it to charity? You still have to. It does. Okay, you do have to look at the amount it's worth, because I think you do only need to put it on taxes over a certain amount. So for example, I got sponsored by Old Spice on TikTok at one point, and they sent me Old Spice deodorant, but the worth of that deodorant was only like $3, you know, so they put the worth to make it on there, and you don't have to put that on your taxes because it's literally $3. My last job, there was a part in the EMP handbook about receiving gifts and stuff. Yes. Maybe we won't see so many Raid sponsorship. You know, Raid is actually a very good sponsor. You'd be surprised. Hold on. Joe! Hi, Joe! How are you feeling in the new place? Ice, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you very much. Get out, Flayton. Oh, wow. Rude. Wait, Joe. Oh, God, she's leaving. No, Lily! Joe is here. You have to say hello. Nope. She literally ran. She ran. Never mind. She'll be back, maybe. Also, story time is still in there. Ew. Is the PlayStation 2 collection wishlist complete? No, it's definitely not. I'm missing some gems. I'm missing things like Rule of Rose. I'm missing the first Shadow Hearts. But I'm very picky. I do want them all with manual. I love manuals. Physical manuals? I love flipping through them. I just really do. So I'm missing that one. I'm missing a bunch of them still. I thought April was your birthday month? No, it's Noob's birthday month. So Noob's birthday is the... I want to say the 26th. Is it the 26th? Yes. I specifically... Okay, my therapist was like, oh, how about the Friday? How about the 26th? And I said, no, I have a birthday to attend. I literally said that. She doesn't have to know. And it's not true. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have to work. I'd probably still work. I would still work. I would still work 100%, Utana. But at that point, it would be because I wanted to, right? I would never feel pressured for it. That's the main thing. Starting to stream, but the bar is at 100k. Kung Fury was a hilarious movie. I love Kung Fury, and I'm pretty sure they did have people riding dinosaurs there. Koi Fish, thank you so much for using Prime here. Enjoy your emotes. We're also getting new animated emotes in May, also for my birthday. They've been on the list for a while. Welcome in. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Murder Flock. Money is pizza. Money is pizza. That's true. Money is so pizza. Good lurk, Mama. They cost like 10 cents. Yeah, the... What are they? The deodorants? Or do you mean the pans? Because they're not... No, a good one is not $10. What do you mean? If it works, it works. Exactly. Yeah, Lily was here and now she wasn't. You're both adults? Kinda, yeah. Okay, when she comes back, I'll give her a candy. Sorry, zoom fast. She's so fast. She's a blur. Do you still have a wish list? I don't use Throne anymore. I had a really bad experience with Throne, so I don't use Throne anymore. One day, I'm gonna buy a pan. I just don't know when. Lily likes to lurk in the background like me. Yeah. Okay, so you still saw her, Joe. It's okay. I hope you have a good lunch. Okay, maybe it's already over because I'm really slow at catching up the chat right now. Does your man look like me? No, but he can smell like me. I actually think they're so funny. I think the Old Spice commercials are funny. Get Jinsey for $3 of deodorant front. You don't have to tell them about that. You literally don't. Mumpao, please, you narc. I'm sure Raid is. I'm just tired of seeing it. I did it once, so I can't do it again. honestly kind of enjoy Raid. In small bursts, I kind of enjoy Raid. I would not necessarily recommend it as a game, but I did do sponsorships for it because they were very, very good to work with. I love the new place. I'm glad. Run away. She's a little hyper this morning. Danny's been so vocal in the new space because she's very happy and feels safe. Oh, I love Danny. For people who do not know, okay, so first of all, Joe, Chaotic Neutral Goblin, is perfect and wonderful and just moved to a new place and has a cat who looks exactly like Lily. And they, do they have the same birthday or like close to? I swear that they shared birthdays for someone. They look good. They're little voids together. I'll mention Rule of Rose, it still hurts. I'm so sorry. Been lurking for a good bit. Okay, gotcha. No worries. Still have some old Super Nintendo manuals for Super Mario World and Mega Man X. Oh, Mega Man X was mentioned earlier. Yesterday? 2 days ago? That I should play it? No, it must have been yesterday because 2 days ago I wasn't streaming. Good job, Jinzy. Inside it's a pirated copy. Oh no. Oh no. No, I want Rule of Rose with the manual as well. I do want complete editions every time. I usually scour garage sales and such for decent deals. What she does not know can't hurt her unless someone gifted it to me. The cover is legit, but the CD was lost or something? Okay. Ronnie, maybe I'll look for a loose copy because Rule of Rose is very hard to find. Wait, is it a European? Is it PAL? Or is it North American? Because I do have a North American collection now. I've mentioned this a few times before, but I used to have a European collection because I'm Dutch. And my dad sold the entire thing for like $100. Every time I say it, my soul dies a little bit more. So now I'm rebuilding it in its North American version. I just looked up Rule of Rose and hundreds to tens of thousands of dollars for a perfect sealed copy. Yeah. You playing the retro Final Fantasy games in order? Yes, but I have played 6. I really liked 6. 6 was very enjoyable. I've played, so far we've played 1 and 2. And I've played 6 before on stream. I've played 8, 9, 10. And then I'm missing 7 and 12 of that series. I have not played 16 yet either. So after this one, we're still 4 and 5. And then I'm probably going to do 7. Because I've already played 6 on stream. I did really like 6. I love the battle theme for 6. And the little thieving town where everyone lies. I love the music there too. Got like 20 more minutes? Okay, good. Don't scarf it down, don't worry. Welcome in, Koi-Fish. February 14th. Yes! Yes! They literally have the same birthday! They're both Valentine's kitties! They're actually lost sisters, I swear. Still have an unopened AOL disc somewhere? Oh, that might actually be worth something, I mean. European? Yeah. You have to be NA. Fight him? No, he didn't understand. I would carry that grudge to my grave. See, I can't even... He literally just didn't understand. Because I left it there. So when I moved to Canada, I said, hey, I'm just gonna leave my PlayStation stuff here. Could you hold on to it for me? I'll come back for them. And then he messaged me and he was all proud. He's like, oh yeah, I sold it for like $100. And I was like, you did what? Anyway. It's like when I say my mom gave it to our neighbor for free. Rule of Rose, Hunting Ground, Drakengard. See, I didn't even have Rule of Rose and Haunting Ground. I didn't even have those two. I would be mortified. 7 my favorite? Yeah, I've never played 7. I've never played 7, but I've been kind of thinking about it. I played the first part of the remake and people kept saying how different it was and how much they changed. Now the story is just completely different. So I want to play the original 7 and then eventually when the entire thing is out, the whole remake is out, I'll play that one in one go too. Go watch Mumpau's Final Fantasy X video! Mumpau, link your Final Fantasy X video. It is very funny, I promise. Guess what? I made you $100. He never gave me the $100 either. He forgot about that. And I wasn't not gonna bring it up because I was... I just... I've written off that entire episode as a loss. 7 is my fave, but it was also my first, so it's on a nostalgia influencing my love. Yeah, 10 is my favorite, so maybe partially nostalgia. 10 is also just really good. My husband's mother sold his Magic the Gathering collection worth thousands of dollars for $5 at a yard sale. He gets pretty triggered when people ask him if he plays Magic. The fact that this is such a common story, where it's just parents selling their kids' old stuff. Here's the thing. It's parents selling their kids' old stuff, but then the kids will come home and they'll still say something like, hey, I have your old box of clothes. You should take it home. Where was that energy with my Magic the Gathering collection? Where was that energy with my PlayStation collection? Why didn't you sell my old clothes, Mom? I don't care about those. Wow, don't ask the husbands. Hell no, we have a mortgage. We recently sold our Magic the Gathering cards for that exact same reason. We're selling a bunch of our game vinyl as well. So if you're interested. My mom doesn't know how to sell anything, but then I also didn't own anything worth selling. That's fair. Honestly, I am just glad I brought my Pokemon card collection, because I do have an original first edition holographic Charizard from the first release. Imagine if I left my Pokemon cards behind and my dad messages me one day, "Good news! I sold your Pokemon cards for $10." I could see him do it. I own Disneyland pins that I need to sell. Some of them are wildly rare, apparently. Oh yeah, and Disney people are mad. Like the hardcore Disney people. I sold your old jewelry box you don't use, Mom. I got like $10 for it. Ooh. Good news, I actually gave them away. No big deal. Oh my god, but he would oh god. Yeah, he would probably like look at the neighborhood kids and be like, do you want them? Do you want to play with these cards? Wonder what I'd get for my old game floppy disk. Did you used to like copy games on that? And that's what I used to do. Like a friend of mine would have games, like the old DOS games, and I would bring a floppy disk to her house, copy the DOS game onto my floppy disk, and then bring the floppy disk home. I feel like a lot of people did that, where we just sharing around like Mother Goose or whatever. I think that was the first one I took. Okay, let's go into the dragon's face, because I've been standing here staring at them for a really long time. Been going on an eBay selling streak lately. I kept my Game Boy Color collection in very good condition. Some boxes were straight up mint. I've sold about half of them so far and I've made $500. See, I'm gonna try to sell them just like directly to people first. Oh shoot, I didn't turn myself into... Oops. I'm gonna flee. What's I saying? Ow! Thank you. I kind of don't want to sell on eBay unless I really have to, because eBay has like really high fees. Wait, does that mean I don't have my magic slots? Oh no! I'm gonna run from everyone. No! I'm not going to do that. I can't use it? I have to be tiny? Oof. Okay, well that's super unfortunate. I guess I'm just gonna run away from people a lot. Or maybe just... Velico, could you just like... Carry? Can you carry? Okay, we're going here first. Oh, okay. Okay, you defend. I think a normal... Maybe an... Oh wait, are you flying? You're a bat. You have... Oh, wait, I did this thing, didn't I? Whoopsie. I don't think you have anything, but you have arrow. Oh, I don't have that many, though. Never mind. Hopefully this is just enough. Definitely do not attack Velico. He cannot die. It is important that he does not die. I need him. Oh no, he's poisoned. Stop that. Don't be poisoned. I'm gonna make you change your row. Oh, I've already done that. Okay. Well... No, it's okay. I got banned from the public library for a week. They wouldn't let you download anything on the computer, so I downloaded Messenger on a flash drive at home and installed it on the PC in the library. You're so cheeky. You are so cheeky. Are you good? Oh, you are. Don't mind if I do. I like the music here too. I like the music in this place. It's kind of soothing. Okay. Okay, let's see if a thunder is enough. Well, let's see if a fire is anything. Is a fire anything? Okay, we're all defending, so I'm sure it's fine. Okay, it is. Okay, but you're not going to do any damage. One damage. Yeah. Do you retaliate? Yeah, it's just one damage no matter what. Oof. Oh, okay. Yeah, Velico. Get him, boy. Get him. Velico's so powerful. We're literally just little guys. Why do they hate pitch so much? It's a trade-off of convenience and reaching a larger customer base. Yeah, that's why I kind of want to keep it as a last resort, I guess. Example, I really like the music so far a lot. I think out of the 1 and the 2 and the 3, this is my favorite music one so far. Imagining a bunch of little guys the size of Lego figurines running around my house setting fireballs and lightning storms. That's literally what's happening. Ooh. Wait. Okay, let me quick save. I'm so glad you can quick save. You're gonna have to solo. A giant rat? No! No gem for you! I'll nibble anyone who tries to take it! Squeak! I'm gonna have to walk back. Oh. Jag! Okay. Thundara. No, you're gonna arrow. Ouch. It's gonna be Loneliest and Velico, and everyone else is just gonna defend a bunch. Okay, at least that does do tons of damage, though. It's too bad I don't have very many spell slots here. Final Fantasy 3 might have my favorite end boss music. Okay. We'll see when we get there. That's my last arrow. Damn, Jack, stop nibbling. Every time with the nibbles. Okay, now it's literally, it's just you. It's just me, because I have no more magic left. 69 damage. Gorgeous. How many do you have left? Oh, just one. Then what? Okay, thank God. That's the last one, and I only level 1 spell slots left. Realized I'm willing to pay a good amount for convenience as long as it makes financial sense. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree. Do I get more slots? A gem. Obtain the Nepto Eye. Do I have to walk back? I can't walk back. How would I walk back? I don't have a way to escape. I don't have an escape spell, I just realized. Oh, I've not killed those before. It's gonna have to be all you. Once again. I can't believe how much I'm putting on poor Velico. He's just having to do everything for us. Is that not enough? Okay, I do have to heal you though. Oop. I literally cannot do this without you, Velico. Velico, don't die! But now it's less damage, no? Okay, never mind. Now the dog has gotten a treat. It was a potato. You gave her a whole potato? I can't really be mad. Maybe he gets a cut for sparing me the stress of having to figure out selling things on my own. I think it's also a little bit more expensive for me because I'm in Canada. I don't know... Do they charge HST in America? when you're on eBay, because everything online, every online purchase in Canada, you have to charge HST, including eBay. What is HST? It's a sales tax. It's very unfun. Blizzard them, buddy. Yeah, oh. It's the worst. It's on everything. It's on our subs too. Well, piracy's a problem of convenience. Yeah! No, but it is though. Okay, but I kind of want to... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna quick save. But I want to see what's on this side. Because clearly... Yes. Shell Helm? So this is where I should have gone first. Is it good? Yes, it is. Armor made from tough shells. I'm gonna be the tank, so this makes sense. Everyone else can go in the back row. I'm actually not sure if this is a thing, so people who have played this game, if you're in the back row, do you do less damage? Because I'm pretty sure that was a thing in the Final Fantasy 1 version. If they do, I guess I can't have everyone in the back row like that. My 250 gifted. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Do I put it in you? Now to return the Neptune Dragon's eye to its rightful place. Put the canoe in there. No? Are you sure? Wait, can I look at the map? Oh, yes. Is this not why? This is. This is? No. This is? Neptune Temple. I'm missing an item? Okay, maybe it's when I put it in here though. Party put the missing eye in the empty socket. It is I, Neptune the Sea Dragon. I thank you for returning my eye. It is no ordinary gem. It is the vessel for my soul. Without it, my physical manifestation cannot be controlled. By way of thanks, I bequeath to you the Fang of Water. Use its power to destroy those obstacles that may block your path. Okay. Was that must have been the last item then. Water has lost that which once shimmered within. That which caused the great earthquake also trapped the light of the elements deep within the earth. I beseech you, please, restore our light. The Neptune Dragon resumed its slumber. He goes back to sleep? What a guy. That's kind of nice. Less melee damage? Bows and spells are fine. Oh, okay. Hi, Corleone. Don't mind me just multitasking. Happy multitasking. Don't get wrecked. Wow. Did not read when I gave to the sub that you had 250? You got a fancy new purple gift thing. Gorgeous. I mean, wasn't there that one game that got removed not too long ago? I swear there was. I swear there was a game that was removed from the store and everyone got it removed from their library, like a racing game or whatever. I have to go sleep. Put me back. Make me big again. Can I sleep in your bed? No? Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, Joe? Joe not do? This dragon just loves giving away body parts. I'm glad, because it just so turns out that it's exactly what I need. How did it know? Probably should install all of the Steam games that don't rely on the internet on a drive-thru. Honestly, I feel like I've said it out loud enough for it to not matter anymore. I pirate a good amount of games again because people suck. And I want to own my stuff. I want to own my games. Is that weird? I don't think that's weird. Hey, I defeated the sea dragon. You got guts! I do. Are you all just gonna tell me I got guts? Yes. Everyone is so excited about my guts. Let me just real quick. Wait. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Why do they know them? Okay, so Thunder isn't known yet. That's a 2-1. I want to teach that to... Oh, right, I have Blazara as well. There. Everyone gets to learn something. The crew! That's the one! License and access removal's been happening a lot lately. It makes me not want to buy games, because clearly you're not actually buying games. I said do instead of Joe. You know what? Joe is always worth talking to. My brain is not working today. It's fine. It doesn't need to be. Now I can take the boat, right? Wait, but what's over here? Should I save normally? Probably. I'm large again! Is there a secret in this forest that I don't know about? I don't think there is. Yeah! Velico gets to knife people again! Does that make you happy, Velico? Yo. That was a crit and a half. Okay. I don't think there is anything. Or if there is, I don't know about it. Oh my god. I made it! Where am I going? I don't remember. I feel like you are a lightning person. Or an anti-lightning person? Poor Pitch takes so much damage. Oh, and Addis can play. Oh, when it does, I will leave. Of course. I will be back though. I guess we're overtiming a little today. Weirdest thing I read today was a former Activision Blizzard chairman said he wished there was an option in AAA titles that allows players to tip more money to the publisher. I'm sorry, were the microtransactions not enough? Was your 5 million bonus every year not enough? What? Always sail the seas. I am tired of places like Ubisoft. I'm tired of EA. I don't want them to have my money. I buy indie games a bunch. Fuck that guy. It's like that person who said, it was also a AAA guy, who was like, people have got to come to terms with the idea of not owning their games. And it's like, no I don't. That's why I collect physical copies. What are you talking about? Imagine being so greedy saying, we make you pay 80 bucks for a game, but we'd like some more. Please, sir, can I have some more? Okay, I'll be right back. I am gonna take a small break here. Get some hope. Alright, hi. I know it's not Friday, but... Oh, it did not splash all over my face today. That's nice. Delicious. Thank you for welcome back. I also got these little strawberry yogurt things. They're literally called yogis. As a report that people are engaging with games 5+ years older, more than new releases, both sides of which I can contribute to live serve model existing. They build all these things they want us to engage with in perpetuity. There we go, perpetuity for money. When they release new live services to split their player base. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I get it, they're businesses and all that, but they kind of don't see us as people. They never have. I said this before. I'll say it again. Game companies are not your friend. None of them. Even the ones who have really nice people working there. Still not your friend. They still only talk to you because they think it's useful to them. Yeah, games are like $80, exactly. Maybe if I could tip directly to the devs? That's the thing, it never is. It always goes to the higher ups. AAA games were $50 not even 20 years ago. And then with the PlayStation 4 era, it was raised to 60, and now they raised it even more. And like, a lot of the newer games are not even that good. It was a Ubisoft guy. Ew! Ubisoft has never done anything right in the last few years, I'm pretty sure. Lander, even when it launched, even when Might and Magic Heroes 6 launched, because you had to use Uplay for it, it crashed constantly for me. Because I actually own the game, I can't play it. Because of Uplay. I really, really, really don't like Ubisoft. Like, the only way for me to play Might and Magic 6 without problems, and it's so ironic, the only way to do it is to pirate it. It's Friday somewhere. In my head, it always is. I'm relatively comfortable not owning games. Steam isn't too bad about it, I'm just not comfortable with Ubisoft deleting them from libraries. Libraries repeatedly. That's the thing. They've done it before. They've done it before where they're deleting things from libraries. And if they think they can get away with it, they will. That's the problem. Hi, shark! Okay, hold on. I'm gonna sail the seas. Ha! Sail the high seas. Oh. That's a tornado. Can I get away with not using magic? Okay. Kind of, but not really. Yeah, the need to log into things constantly. I'm kind of over that. I don't want to make a million different accounts just to go play my games. Okay, so it's not for this. Wait, then what is this? Hello? Okay. I'll be back. Yeah, I was talking about well, Heroes of Might and Magic #6. Which is probably, I love the Might and Magic series. It's probably one of my favorite franchises. But it definitely got screwed over a little bit. These are some aggressive horses. GOG is definitely better about it. Paige, good job on leveling. I want to find the chocobos. Castle Argus. I actually don't know where they want me to go specifically. Why is it empty? Hello? Why is your castle empty? Can you, oh. Come on, there's gonna be a secret here, right? Come on. Come on, come on. Open the door. No? Is it elsewhere? Is the secret elsewhere? Come on, there's no way there's nothing here. That does not seem reasonable. Steam has a better interface, but everyone should look into GOG. You own the games unless the publisher restricts access through a login. Yeah. Yeah, they are definitely better about it. 100%. Wait, what about here? Yeah! You are also oh, okay. Ooh! Wait, okay, hold on. Oh, you can kind of see it, actually. I thought you were just supposed to guess. A tranquilizer? You ever just pick up a tranquilizer dart? Wait, but then, yeah, so this is like a slightly darker outline? And that's how you know? Through the dark outline? Do we have any others? What about... Oh no, that's outside. Yo, this soundtrack is such a vibe. The alert got shorter since I started watching. It used to be almost the entire refrain there, but it got played so often and it was quite loud. It was giving Ronnie headaches. So I changed it and I made it shorter. So that's not where we're supposed to go, but it has such a vibe too. Oh, am I in danger here? Do you guys do a lot of damage? Okay, no, that's not. Okay, well you do a lot of damage, but so do I. Oh, I did not know that? Yeah. It's okay. I mean, we have so many alerts now. We have so many fun alerts. And I'm thinking for my birthday, I'll probably add a whole bunch of new ones. Like really cheap ones. So you don't feel like, oh, it's a big fish. Sometimes I feel like a big fish. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. See, that one's fun. I still finished the rest in my head. Exactly. If you know the song, you'll just sing it in your head anyway. Okay, again, I don't know why the Onion Knight is the only one who still straight up looks like a child, but everyone else just looks like an adult? I mean, it's also kind of funny to me. Is there a town there? Gulgan Gulch? Hello? Oh, hello. This is Gulgan Gulch. You should know that we Gulgans are born sightless. However, we make up for a lack of vision with a sixth sense. Some of our kind can even see the future. Okay, can you tell me my future? The Earth's power sealed away the other three sources of light. The Earth crystal may have been sealed in a similar fashion. What do you mean may? Can I get some more clarity here? Future seer. How big does a fish have to be to count as a big fish? About yay big. Nah, I bet yay big. Give or take. What on earth is going on in the House of Commons? Yeah, I love that alert. What on earth is going on in the House of Commons? I'm kind of sad that, because I mute my alerts in the VODs because of copyright, but I'm kind of sad that you now cannot hear those alerts anymore either. Bigger? I don't know. To me, this is a pretty big fish. This big? That seems like a big fish to me. What's funny is that you're my connection to a lot of these, and then I hear someone else reference them and I get confused. I I probably watched too many shows when I was a kid, maybe. Thanks for helping me stay in pop culture loop. You're welcome. I mean, you've watched Avatar though, right? Or, because if not, then I can recommend the show, the animated show. When crimson flames threaten the tower's destruction, he who alters fate's course will awaken to his destiny. Are you talking about the frog one? I have not. Would you be interested in watching it? I love it. It's a very fun show. I don't know. I hope you're having a good break. Maybe give it a try. Avatar, yes. It's worth the hype. I think so too. But I don't want to hype too hard because I don't want you to feel disappointed at all. We stay sequestered away in this gulch. For those who know the future should not dare to influence fate. Why not? That seems useful to know. I see a future of both light and darkness. This is by no means set in stone. The living woods, the sentient forest, calls to you. No, it doesn't. I see a future of... Oh, wow. You say the same thing as the other guy. Get your own thing. The great earthquake was only the beginning. The tremors tore the land asunder. The crystals, sources of the world's light, were swallowed into the depths as monsters emerged from the chasms now scarring the earth. Yet that was nothing compared to the catastrophe to come. Wow, he's so positive. We serve the wind crystal, a source of light, and that whose power has been bestowed upon you. Henceforth, you must go to the crystals of fire, water, and earth that will grant you greater powers than you already possess. Are you saying that the wind crystal is a little mid? Just a little mid? If you don't have time for a whole three-season show, there's a... Shark? Are you trying to make Carrie hate Avatar? He's still streaming, so it's definitely a great break. You're cute. Oh, hello. A cutscene? I've been expecting you. Take this spell and use it to enter the Tower of Owen to the north. Your destiny awaits you there, Dash. Frog Tower. It's Toad! Oh god, we're all gonna turn into toads. I don't have that many Maiden's Kisses. Or does it also turn you... Wait. Inflicts or removes toad? Okay. God, you're doing a lot of work for us here. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, it's a secret. Wait, I saw. Secret? Yeah. Look at the way he's sitting. Yes. An ice rod, a fire rod, and a mage robe. Velico. Rod that bolsters the power of flame. Okay, do you want... I feel like I know the answer. Do you want to set people on fire, or do you want to turn them into ice? What do you feel like? What are you thinking? Of course not! Unless... Become as frog, we are going to. And you can have a mage robe. It's just objectively better also. And it has intellect and spirit. Fire is better. Fire it is. I wonder if you can dual wield them. You know what? Never mind. You can dual wield them. Just dual wield them. No problem. This is not a problem anymore. Yes is the answer. You don't want to be with me. Listen. You're in his hands. He's holding you. Velico is holding you. Single-handedly. He's so powerful. One of the most powerful people we know? He actually is kind of, though. He's kind of carrying. Oh, a clearing in the forest? Chocobo? Chocobo! Choco Woods? The smell of Chocobo is in the air. Oh, I probably need like Geisel greens or something. Giddy up! You can just immediately... Oh my god. Wait. Oh god, wait. I gotta look more. Is there more? No? Okay, giddy up. That's a good Chocobo theme. I think I also just like retro games a lot because they are really very comfortable to me. You know, I feel like a lot of games, a lot of the newer games, they try to do so much. And they're kind of loud sometimes, but then, and I can just sit on a chocobo and it's just vibes. I don't know. It's nice. That's why I like my Tuesdays. I look forward to my Tuesdays because I get to do this again. Exactly. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, we are all going to be a frog. Sorry, a toad. We all have a different color toads. Of course. Hippity hoppity. I'm coming for your property. Oh, we're still fighting, but I'm a toad. How can Toad hope to attack? No, Toad is not strong. I don't think Toad should attack. I think Toad should run away. We are fleeing. The Toads, they are fleeing. What the hell? Oh no. Toad Loneliest. Can I still cast? No, I cannot. Oop. Just in case I run into things? Why are the toads fighting me? Or I guess they're not the toads fighting me. Why am I being fought in general? I'm so nice. Not the pug man. Oh, actually, I could just do this again. Ribbit. Anyone remember the Final Fantasy remix from Legendary Frog on Newgrounds? Oh, the Chocobo one? Do you mean a Chocobo one? Depth and complexity are not the same thing. Also, show don't tell. Lots of devs forget that stuff. Yeah, I feel like it's very overwhelming a lot of the times, especially when they add so many menus that are not very they don't really make sense. They're not, what's the word for this? All right, we're frogs now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Maybe that's what it was called? Because I definitely remember one where it was just like a chocobo march. Let's get going. Okay, well, as long as I don't have to fight anybody. But I think Oh! I'm not Frog anymore. Welcome to the Tower of Owen. I hope you like it here, for it shall be your final resting place. This place looks familiar. I guess you can just jump back and go back in. No, wait, huh? No, I'm still Frog. I would like to unfrog. I'm gonna quick save just in case I need to be Frog. You might need to be Frog. I have one mallet. I could unfrog. Hello, Tim Peterson. Welcome in. Hello, hello. I have anonymous follow, so in case people don't want to get called out, Oh no, that's the shrink one. I have Maiden's Kisses. Loneliest, save us. Wait, no, Loneliest can't save us. Okay, it will be Loneliest. I should have bought more of these. Loneliest and Sivelico would have to learn. You would have to do it with just casting. I'm gonna do this because I think that makes more sense for me right now. Unless we die, in which case I hope not, but defend my froggy friends. You also defend, actually. Ow. Okay, that's not that bad though. Yeah, they're not that strong. Glad I found your stream. Oh, thank you. How did you find the stream? If you don't want me asking. You don't have to tell me, but I am a little curious. If I was a frog, I would stay a frog. I would just never not be a frog. That's true. I think as frogs, we would have more fun. Here, we'll just full heal. I believe in myself. Is there any new anime you're extra hyped for this year? I'm looking forward to a new Demon Slayer, a new Rising of the Shield Hero. So I think they're doing new Spice and Wolf again. And Spice and Wolf was not finished before. Oh, Maiden's Kiss, there it is. It wasn't finished before. I really enjoyed Spice and Wolf. So I'm kind of hoping that you're gonna stick to it this time. I love the defensive form for a frog. They're just over here like... Oh yeah! I love the frogs. We're having such a terrible time though. It's okay, buddies. Just 13 in Retro Channel. I love this game. Alright. Well, thank you for hanging out. I'm only half frog. Oh no, don't ambush me. A petit mage. He hasn't even had the chance to defend himself yet. Oh. Oh no, that's okay. I don't cast with that. Not Pidge! Okay, I have a Phoenix down, it's fine. I don't want Pidge to stay dead. This is uncalled for. Poor Pidge. Maybe I just should not fight this much? I'm trying to make sure that Pidge becomes everything that she ever hoped to be. Can't do that when you're doing this. Okay, I really do not need him to cast anything, so that's okay. Frogs are, they're ready for some old-time boxing. Oh god, what's that thing they say again? In, oh, in Cuphead. A grand slam and then some. That's what they're doing. Wait. Oh wait, no, I gave him an accent. Wait, I remember. I'm an ancient. How do you forget you're an ancient? Wait, like an ancient from Final Fantasy XIV? No, you're a frog. I guess he's just very confused. You're not an ancient, you're a frog. Ah, you're easy. Demon Slayer is just so pretty. When the MC attacks and it animates with those Japanese waves. Yeah, they put a lot of money towards the actual animation budget and it shows. Bitch, hope to be a frog? I mean, if I could be a frog, I would. Is Turfing a sword? It sounds like it's a sword. No? What are you? No, you are. A slender sword with a piercing tip. Maybe it's only for... I wonder if it's a red mage thing. Again. I'll leave it for now. I'm very powerful. I can deal. He's old. That comes with memory problems. I believe him. Is he old? Oh, he's ancient. Your soul shall wander these sodden halls forever. Will they, though? Will they actually? I don't think that's true. I don't have an escape rope, though. I remember now. There's a hidden switch on the 5th floor. It's on the 8th section of wall from the left. Is this the 5th floor? On the 8th section of the wall from the left? Wait, what section is this? Can you tell me? Oh, this is the 5th floor. Okay. I got you. We don't have to fight. We could be frog friends. What are you doing? Congratulations on Ding. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Oh, okay. It's literally they also counted the other section, I guess? I'll take it. He's such a useful little frogman. Another maiden's kiss! They said you can have a little bit of unfrogging as a treat. I guess I could technically just unfrog everybody now. Maybe I will. What if I do? What then? Then Velico could do damage and no one would ever have to do anything ever again. Okay, he is getting beat up though, like a lot. I think I'm gonna use... Oh no, don't silence... Oh, I didn't even realize you were silenced. That's kind of a problem. Okay, I'm gonna give you your things. Maiden's kisses? Okay, they feel so much better. That is still kind of a problem though. Loneliest? I'll get back to you. Eventually. This is a very aggressive zone. You're gonna cast blizzards. You're still gonna defend. No, Velico is the superior mage. Stop this. Yeah, losers. Oh, she could have actually just attacked. Who's gonna fight me? I guess the trade-off here of going to get stuff is just you have to fight more people. Okay, but there is definitely a lot less of the encounters here. In Final Fantasy II, I feel like there were a ton of encounters. I have a Jawa. He's Velico. He's my very powerful black mage. He's so powerful. I feel like anytime I have a black mage in my party, they just have to carry. In Final Fantasy 1, that was Wall. Wall was my black mage. It's just fate. Black mage carries. I don't know, maybe Valico feels a little bit like a Jawa. Do you feel like a Jawa, Valico? Be honest. Is Jawa a vibe? Okay, well now I kind of feel like I have to add the Jawa sound into one of the vibes checks. Do you feel like a Jawa today? Maybe. Okay, I don't technically have to kill all of these, but I can. Not this! Can you leave Loneliest alone? Oh my god, this is just hater behavior. Okay. Where is my... Is it Echo Herbs? Incredibly rude. But I only have 8 left. Which is actually weirdly not that many. Sounds like a lot, but it's not. Were those the Star Wars ones? Yes, they were. They have a good time sometimes. They steal stuff. Didn't they? Aren't they in the desert and they steal stuff? They steal C-3PO and stuff? Just doing image search as a Jawa in blue. We have a great time. A sword infused with the power of flame. Casts fire when used in battle. Okay, but that is really useful. Wait, I have... Oh. Oh! Wait, does Serpent Sword cast lightning? See, these don't do any of that. Okay, well... That's okay. They steal stuff and resell it. Yeah! I remember. Yo! That is damage. Don't worry, Pitch. Eventually, you're gonna come into your own as well. I don't know when that is, but I have high hopes. Armor resistant to ice. Okay. Wait, where? Are you also? No. You're still using leather armor. Loneliest, we gotta find you a new armor. We gotta find you some new digs. We gotta find you Zeus's Wrath? Deals lightning damage. Oh my god. Okay. That's a very violently named item. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll save. I love that I can do that. I am gonna make you heal once. And Kotor on Tatooine? I love them. They're scavengers mostly. I guess they don't know they're stealing there. 3PO and R2 wandering the desert are just objects with no clear owner. It's not, yeah, tiny I'm gonna call them tiny pirates. I love Jawa. Oh, it's Medusa! Hi, Medusa. Medusa will destroy this tower in the name of Zandi. Are you gonna turn into like the world of darkness or something? Wait, it's actually Zonda's tower? Oh my god, this is, I love all the references. I love it. I'm gonna go back to play Final Fantasy XIV. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I know where this is from. I made bets and Neopets and invested in the stock market. I'm an adult now. Wow, you have stocks and bonds. The continent will plummet from its place in the sky. Oh, why? You will not interfere. Now die. What if I choose not to? Yeah, you look like you're a world of darkness. You have the snakes and all that? Neopets is still a thing. Yep. I got banned from Neopets because I made multiple accounts. It was like I was like a kid. And I made multiple accounts to play on the ferry wheel. And I got found out, obviously. I just recently got an IRA set up. I have no idea what I'm doing with it. No one actually does. We all just kind of pretend together. You know what? No, we can repeat this. Do I have another Thundara? I don't know that I have another Thundara. Oh, you're also using Thundara. That does not seem correct. No, I do not. Okay. Should you heal yourself? I really need to clean up my disk space. Can you guess what just happened? Yes. That's exactly what happens. Ah, fuck it. I'll just download the one from stream. Unbelievable. I remember banking and stock marketing in Neopets 25 years ago. Yeah, I would usually just like have one sit there for the rest of their life. Wow, Jinsey, wow. I was a child. That Jinsey person is doing insider trading. I mean, I wasn't even. I was very nice. I'm very nice. But I was also a kid. I used someone's bet plan on Reddit, and for the stocks I bought the ones that were green. I would buy the cheap ones and then I would just wait a really long time. This was it was a great thing for me because I was very forgetful. I still am, haha. Because I'm so forgetful, it actually worked out really well for me because I would forget the stocks existed and then I would check back again and it would have made me so much money. Oh, that was easy. Oh, I'm too powerful. What does an Onion Knight do in this game? I think they just sit there and exist. Okay, well, Pidge's job level is already 37. That's not my actual level, though, is it? Yo, no, but I'm actually already really high level. What? Okay, how am I level 40? Okay, hold on. I have a real question. For people who have played this game, what is the general level people will have by the end of this game? When you're fighting the end boss, I guess? Because I feel like I'm leveling really quick. A sewage container exploded? Excuse me? The flames lick and flare wildly. An explosion looks imminent. No, don't go near it. I remember now. I'm one of the remaining ancients, the watchman of this tower. I was only supposed to awaken if something happened to the tower. But I was asleep for so long, my memories were scrambled when I woke up. I forgot my purpose. I'm making his voice worse and worse as time goes by. I'm so sorry. This doesn't look good. Like I know how to stabilize the flames, but I can only do it from inside the reactor. I have no choice. This tower is the only thing keeping the continent afloat. If it blows, we'll fall right out of the sky. This is farewell. Thank you for all your help. Tesh, stop! You'll die! I think that's the point. This is my destiny. Don't worry, once I repair the furnace, that whirlpool should stop as well. Then you can search for the Dwarven Island. That's where you'll find the fire crystal. Okay. Once I'm in, I'll warp you all outside. It's been a blast, literally. Now then, here I go. Okay, now you will never have to hear me do that voice again. Isn't that great? Do you feel better now? Because I do. I just tried to guess what happened. Oop. Dash! It's okay. I had no connection to this man. Oh, he actually just burst into flames. That's kind of nice. The Onion Knight is a recurring job class in the Final Fantasy series. Similar to the Freelancer class, the job has no real abilities and cannot equip good equipment aside from the fabled Onion equipment, which is exclusive to them. Their real strength is revealed after reaching level 90, when their stat growth skyrockets. By level 99, an army of Onion Knights are nearly invincible, having max stats. Pidge, that's gonna be you. That's just gonna be you, babe. Oh, I could have just gotten, okay. I should heal. Oh, actually, I could just do that in this castle, can't I? Yes, I can. But for now, I guess Pidge is really, weak. They are literally baby. Just incredibly baby. I don't think I've ever seen anybody be this baby. You are the babiest. Jinsey, if you say baby one more time, I will fight you. Did you really invest in stocks though in Neopets? I was gonna say, I don't think they actually bought stocks. Am I still silenced? Yep. That's okay. Okay, but wait. I still don't know how to go here. Why not? Why don't I know how to go here? Seems a little strange. I'm sure there will still be something here eventually. I mean, what is this, you know? It's a round table. There must be something here. Just don't know what yet. I love this soundtrack. In this game, their stat spike is post level 92? Oh, even higher. Okay. I feel like... I don't know what it feels like. I feel like I'm leveling really quickly. That's just it. It feels like I'm leveling so fast. And I know I'm attacking everyone all of the time, and that might be part of it. But see, Onion Knight Pidge is doing no damage. And Onion Knight Pidge has a decent amount of gear. Onion Knight Pidge also takes a ton of damage. But by the end, she'll die. I just left! Oh god, okay, I'll go back. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Bitch! How do you die that fast? How does that happen? He got mauled! I'm gonna put you in the back row. You are definitely not the tank. You are not the tank. Maybe I'll just give you a shield to make sure you don't die. Do I have any shields? Nope. I sold those. Oops. Were there socks and Neopets? Because they like kids to gamble. Teach them young, yeah. Would it be quicker to say, okay, Knight, and I'm fantastic? And I'm fantastic, Pidge. No. Oh, okay, Pidge. Oh. Okay, listen. I could call you my little onion. Would you like me to call you my little onion? Pidge? Do you want to be my little onion? Sorry, I won't whisper. That's... Whispering? Ooh, not even once. Oh god. Okay, well this time though, they will not attack you because, yeah, they're attacking me. And they do absolutely no damage to me at all. And somehow still a good amount to Pidge though. Somehow. Damn, Pidge. I'm sorry they keep attacking you. I'm sorry you're just constantly under attack. Oh, a sea serpent! Oh, that seems like it's a problem. Wait. Oh, never mind. It's not a problem at all. For a second, I thought I was going to be in trouble. Oh, where is this? Are you in a nice place? You are! Dwarven Hall. Oh, I'll leave immediately. Their teeth, they don't brush. I was apparently 47 on the second to last save, but that's character level. I'm already 41 on Velico. Is this just a really short game? Is this interesting? You've earned enough friendship points to call me whatever you like. Okay, you're my little onion. Oh god, I keep leaving. Oops. Yeah, Dwarves, no thank you. Apparently I'm just not interested. Lollyho! It's the Lollyho dwarves! I love the dwarves in Final Fantasy. I love their little Lollyho. It makes me so happy. How could you let him get away? You gotta get that horn back from that thief! Hurry to the underground lake! What do you mean? I wasn't even here. Our treasured horns are delicately carved out of ice, but the conniving thieves stole one, the scoundrel. That horrible villain, he's called Gutsko? Okay. Took one of our horns of ice. He ran off to the subterranean lake, but dwarfs don't float. How are we supposed to get our treasure back? Dwarfs don't float? Canonically, dwarfs don't float? I spend most of the time grinding. I mean, yeah, I do like elves. I have a quote about that. Wow, ice? Not with this tattoo? Lolly, no! Lolly, no! The horn of ice was stolen. Horrible villain Gutsko took one of our horns of ice. Oh, you say the same thing. Ah! Ow! So that's what an invisible barrier looks like. Ooh, I got thrown. Tossed. There used to be a shimmering glass tower up in the northern mountains, but after the earthquake it disappeared. Now there's just a cave in its place. Do you know where the village of Geisel is? Well, I'll tell you. It's across the outer sea, far, far to the east. Really? Far, far to the east? Okay, well it is literally an island, kinda. It has an exit. So maybe it's the little grassland there? I feel like I need to get Geisel. Because Geisel is for chocobos. Right? Do we agree? How do I guess I could just... I don't really need him to not be... I guess I'm just gonna shut up for the rest of my life. No, okay, here you go. I'll buy some more. I'll buy some Maiden's Kisses. I'll buy some... Oh. Am I not rich enough? I don't think I'm rich enough to buy everything I want. Okay, okay, I do need some more of these. I need that for a whole party. I need that for a whole party. And that for a whole party. Just in case. Can I steal something? Not my horn. I'm sorry, Ice. They ran off. They ran off with your horn. Conniving is a word I have to use more frequently. There's so many things to call conniving in this world. A lot of conniving shenanigans. Shenanigans should be used more often too. Think jobs level a lot quicker than the character? Your character level is at 15. Oh, really? Am I look? Oh, my guys, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay. I was looking at the wrong thing. Thank you. Never mind. I kind of expected they would, but then I didn't. I'm guessing Tearfing is for Red Mage. But I already have one. I'm not using both? Why ever not? Oh, Loneliest also wants to dual wield fire and ice. Of course you can. My love, my darling. There you go. You don't need to be accurate. You just need to be powerful. Incredible. Okay, let's see if we can find him a little bit of armor. Are you shenanigans all the time? What the hell is this shenanigan? Are you nanning your shans? It's so useful in any kind of situation. It's impolite to swear. Fair enough. Oh, it's because I have a serpent sword. Wait, actually? Oh, I see. Do 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 do. La 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 la. I could buy a mage robe if I just sell some things. What is the bomb fragment for? Deals fire damage. Okay, maybe. I'm not gonna inflict paralysis on anybody. And instead I will buy you nice clothes. Helmet resistant to flame? Okay, I'll get that one too. I don't need, I guess I have a lot of mithril swords now. Here. I said earlier I wasn't gonna buy any more equipment, but I guess I lied. Here's your ice thingy. I love a good ice thingy. I do feel like they need leather new caps too. Oh, and you can have the shell helm. Wait, did I not have an upgrade for you otherwise? I guess not. Streams are 5 hours. I don't know, I just felt like overtiming today. It just was, it was a day for it. I know, I mean, I was thinking about sometimes, you know, I was considering overtiming or like making my streams longer, but I don't really want to commit that yet. Sorry. I don't want to commit yet. Because I don't want to overdo it. I only want to do it when I'm like, oh, you know what? Yes. I think I can do that without burnout, because I'm still kind of in recovery. So I'm doing that first. And then I want to see how working on videos goes for me. Are they guarding my door? Maybe I'll try finishing this game if Steam has my save. Were you playing it as well? Shall we dive under? And how exactly are we supposed to do that? Maybe we have to become frogs first. Uh-oh, we have to... I wonder if you can go to bed here as a frog. Kind of wondering. What is over here? Are you frogs? Oh, you're the treasury. Oh, they have a free heal. Oh, it's KO. Okay. A boulder blocks the way. Okay, so I have to save their thing first. Yeah, we'll drink to that. Yeah, I'm gonna slowly adjust first. Because I only just switched to this schedule right now. So if I'm like, oh, I feel great, I'll just do whatever. Then it's just like, oh. Do you though? Are you sure? Because I don't think you're sure. Okay, I'm gonna become Toad. Can I go to bed as a toad? He says yes, of course I serve toads. That's great. I love dwarves. They're so nice. And I'm a toad. Is a 3D one, do you feel like it's more grindy than this one? On the days I don't wake up in the middle of the night, it is nice to get a chance to say hi, even if it's the end of the stream at 6 AM. Yeah. Alright, we're frogs now. I think that's also, if I did switch to a 5-hour schedule, I don't know, I think I would probably maybe start half an hour earlier and then end half an hour earlier. I don't know. I don't think... What do you guys think? What do you think? Oh no. Oh no, I'm a frog. Uh-oh, I'm a frog. Let me stop being a frog real quick. Oh, you can still cast Toad. Oops. Sorry, I just turned myself into a toad again because I clicked too quickly. Does that ever happen to you? To me, somehow, all the time. Here, have a kiss, Lonius. Do do do. Got 30 hours in, but when I played, it was also on my very bad PC. Oh, so was it laggy? Everything must be nice and toadsy under the covers. Yeah, I would so want to be a coat. Yes, I would love to be a coat. I meant to say toad, but it's almost the same thing, I think. You just stop being a frog. High level strats, right? It's kind of why I bought the Maiden's Kisses, but now I feel like I should have bought more. Yeah, the gold needle's not really what I need. I should have probably quick saved before I did that, though, because I don't know if I can go back. I'm assuming I can. It'd be kind of weird if I couldn't. They updated it on 2020. Oh, okay. I don't usually think either, Siasha. It is... My save is there. Okay, finish it. Where? Are you near the end? I mean, Steam has cloud saves, right? So it kind of helps. Do 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 do. Become a better onion. Oh, another Zeus's wrath. Wow, Zeus is very wrathful today. Oh my God, Zeus is extremely wrathful today. Zeus, have you considered just chilling out for a second? Just taking a chill pill? Just taking a deep breath? Any of the above? Or is that just not in the cards? I'm fairly certain stare is petrification. Don't feel great about that. Pidge's job level is also going way slower than everyone else's, I feel. I don't know why, but it's already at 38. We're almost halfway there. Pidge's is coming along for the ride for now. Just kind of checking things out. I had a Dark Knight, a Thief, a Red Mage, and an Onion Lad. Okay, so I was right that they can have more things to unlock. That won't be until later. I'm a toad! By me, I mean... Oh my God, Velico. You got got. You know what? You're gonna stay a toad. You know what, Velico? I think you being a cool frog? Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. You're gonna stay cool frog. Don't kill my cool frog, okay? He's vibing. Do 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 do. Okay, you will defend, cool frog. I care about you. My characters are at level 45. My thief is at level 99 of thieving. He's so good at thieving. Yeah, I'm gonna heal my frog. See, frog is talking. Velico is like talking with his fist up. Oh, that's another boss. Okay. Can we do it without using Velico? Can frog just be emotional support? Let's find out. I feel like I have to use a lot of lightning though, which is unfortunate. Ah, stay back! Get away from the horn if you want to keep living! What if I don't, though? Like those very cool sunglasses. They will absolutely contribute to their survival. I will make Pidge use an item, though. I want to know if Zeus's Wrath is actually good. Yeah, punch guts go. Oh, ow. That's a decent amount. You know what? I'll repeat that. That was not a bad one. I have a few Wraths. Can you stop hitting Pidge? Pidge is already having a day, okay? Pidge died several times. Do I have another one? Oh, one more. Live, Pidge! Oh, you're a fire guy. Wait, I can also use ice on you. I feel like you should attack me, though, because I have anti-fire helmets. Okay, now you will use the Arctic Wind instead. Because I feel like I was lied to by this dungeon. Only we could all be cool frogs, but then no one can cast anything. Thank you for attacking me. That one does do a lot of damage still, though. Oh, yeah, that one's way better. What? But I don't have any more because I think I sold them. That's too bad because I think the swords I'm using... Oh, no, I still have one more. Incredible. When did that happen? Thank you. Oh, no, not frog. Velico doesn't even care. He didn't even flinch. Straight up did not even flinch. Are you not dead yet? I don't think I have anything else left. I have fire damage, but I feel like that's probably not going to do much. Pidge will be redeemed in the end. Pidge will be the invincible onion lady. She's doing 33 damage. Oh my goodness. You know, I appreciate the idea. You know, I appreciate the thought of doing something. And she immediately gets punched in the face for... Hold on, let me just snooze real quick. Because this is like a final battle, right? You know? Do we think? I think so. The White Mage is doing more damage than the Onion Knight. I mean... Okay, I think I will heal again. We're kind of under the weather. Maybe you'll just die? Never mind, you will. Well, I guess I did ask nicely. Thank you for dying. Super cool of you. We should do this again sometime. I love the frog's victory dance as well. You're doing great, Velico. All Onion Knight run. I feel like we could, but I think you might have to grind a little bit. Thank you for Horn of Ice. Horn of Nice? Yes, the Horn of Nice. Hmm? Huh? Why am I being followed by a spacebar? This is a little concerning. Don't ambush me. I have a frog, you know? What chance do you have? I guess we'll just do this. Well, yeah, we can just do the same thing. Well, actually, no. Just stab somebody. Well, no, don't stab somebody. Yeah, I was gonna say, Pidge is not doing so hot. Pidge, have you considered doing damage? Pidge, please. Really a lot of consumable grinding, both for healing and damage? Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'm gonna just direct heal because this is gonna... Oh, actually, you know what? Let's just all attack this guy. I'm sure he won't attack Pidge again, right? And also, it doesn't matter because he's dead. Yeah, I'm investing in Pidge's future. I believe I'm sending Pidge to college. And for free. Don't worry, Pidge. It'll be great. Nothing bad will happen. Yeah, I don't actually know how I'm going to leave this place. Should I kill Chimeras? Yes. The answer is always yes. I want to get a big onion knight. Anyone here dealing less damage than Pitch is Valleyfrog. No, see, because Valleyfrog is here as the emotional support frog. We do more damage for his being here. He's, you know that little text bubble he has there? He's actually saying, "You can do it! You got this! Don't give up!" So that's why we keep winning fights. I don't think we would have without that. Please stop killing him though, because dang. There's a part of me that wants you to reply on stream to an NPC at some point. With nah, I'd win? I'd win against any NPC. No contest. Do they stand a chance against me? I'm so strong. I forget who turned Velico into a frog now. Velico, what happened? Who did this to you? Let me talk to them. Pitch leveled up again! Good job, Pitch. Okay, stop attacking me now. I am very small. Oh. Man, they never listen to me, I swear. Don't they know I have a frog? Did you miss the reference? I probably did. That's the meme level Gojo code at this point? The meme level Gojo. Wait, from Jujutsu Kaisen? Are you supposed to be the horn? Does the frog have sunglasses? Yes. It's Valleyfrog. Valleyfrog is extremely cool and emotionally confident. Here you go. Oh. Do you not want whatever this is? It's our horn! You're the best! Now put it back where it belongs, please. I would. Hang on! I'll take down the ward. Ahoy! Ahoy! You can get through now. Just leave the horn on the altar. That is what it is, right? Is this where the Horn of Ice goes? Yep, just put her down. I don't know what that thing is now. Oh, no, I did notice. Har, har, har! You fools didn't even notice me hiding in your shadows! Now both horns are mine for the taking! I could just fight you again. Oh. With both horns of ice in my possession, I can extinguish any flame. The tunnel to the crystal poses no obstacle to me now. The power of the fire crystal will belong to me, Katsuko the Great. It's mine, all mine! I mean, okay, I guess. I'm gonna have a nap. I'm tired. I'm feeling a little tired. Sleep tight. Thank you. This D&D game has the railroadiest DM of all time. A little bit. Listen, I talked to the shadow. I should know. Okay, so Frog and Minnie, I think? Are you Frogged and Minnie? Wait. I think you are. Is that what it is? Oh, actually. I could just do this. Yeah, you're Minnie. Okay, now I can sleep again. I need to find Ether somewhere, I swear. Only I can figure out what Ronnie of 2019 was doing. Vibing in their lane. Having a great time, hopefully. Okay, they don't seem to care that much. Bet that lowlife is headed for the mountains in the north. Oh, okay. Okay, then I'll save in front of it so that I know that's where I'm going today. Or where I'll be going next today? Next Tuesday. You know? Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay, well, Velico has his knives back now, so... What hope do you have? Oh my god. Okay, you're actually doing a decent amount of damage. Not Pidge, though. Not Pidge. Pidge is trying, though. Pidge, you got this. Eventually, you'll be fine. I just don't know when that is. Oh, what is here? Sorry, It's a Chocobo Forest! Oh, I don't have Geisel! Wait, why is there a Chocobo Forest here? Like, where do you even go? Okay, wait. Nope. No, I do want to, oh god. Okay, I'm just gonna save right here. There we go. There! We got a lot done today. We actually sat and talked a bunch. Well, we got a lot done, I think. I think we made some solid progress. Kinda? Ish? Was it Retro Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday. Every Tuesday I play retro games off my long list of retro games. And you can backseat those. And if you have, by the end of it, any ideas, any retro games that you would like to see me play once my list is done, tell me about those too. Although my retro list is pretty long right now. But somebody already talked about Mega Man. I don't think I have Metroid on the list here. There's still a lot to see. There's still a lot. We'll be Retro Tuesday for a good long while. Oh, we scrolled. Also, hi Etum. I'm going to details because spoilers, but yeah, that was way back in season 1. Oh, okay. I don't remember that at all. I definitely don't remember that at all. It's been a while since I watched that one. Do a flip? I can't. And I would break my bones. I'm 6 hours ahead. Oh, got you. I mean, Pinch is in Wednesday as well right now. But yeah, it's Tuesday. So today, 5 hours back, I would start. But tomorrow we are starting Hi-Fi Rush. I'm actually quite looking forward to that one because people keep saying it's really good. And I would love to play it. So tomorrow and Thursday is Hi-Fi Rush. And now on Friday we continue Deus Ex Human Revolution. And this will be back on Tuesday. I'm enjoying this one. I like this one so far. I don't know why people were mad about this one. It was cute. Thank you for being very sweet today, y'all. We had a good talk, I think. If you do anything Mega Man, I will watch every streamer VOD. I know, you have that as an avatar. I feel like I should play some at least. You're welcome for Stream Eyes. You're welcome for Stream Loneliest. You did finish Blake Simulator? I did! Yes, I finished it. It wasn't overtime, but it's mostly because we talked a bunch, so. Yeah, no. Thank you for you. Thank you for you. Wow. Love you too, King. Tell Nick he's a short king. He's actually home already. Probably because I overtimed again. I like this one so far? Yeah, I like it too. I look forward to playing it again next week. Been on the phone forever. Back in time to say bye. Bye, Branson! Have a really good rest of your day. Bye, Phantom. Zero is my favorite video game character of all time. Maybe I'll start at the beginning for Mega Man again. Alright kids, I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is you're having. Make sure to stay hydrated, have a snack.